Is it
Hello,
good?
is it,
Hello, welcome.
are we real chat?
We're live.
Always have
Uh,
been. We are
ig-
real
ig-
on God.
Are we all
ign-
live?
Ignore the random German. German is not here at the moment. Uh, just don't ignore him too much.
The Phantom German.
No,
It's
of course, the core plays Scary. Scary's scary. That's why we don't ignore Score. But
Scory.
hello, Scory. But hello,
God.
welcome. Welcome to episode 7 of Across the Horizon podcast. 7 months of this mayhem and craziness that I never thought would be possible, but it's just been a blast. So it's been, so we've had 7, and that's not even including the session 0. So
Oh,
it's technically been 8. We've gone through a myriad of topics and a lot of things, and we are at the end of 2024 already, almost. We are. This is getting
that's not
there.
True.
I know, Frax, you're gonna have to learn new lingo because there's gonna probably be more brain rat in 2025. Brain rot, sorry.
brain
Shit.
rat.
Brain rat is a new brain rot.
Brain rat.
Really cool. It's when you get really good at cooking suddenly. It's brain rat.
Brain rat. Anyway, so I have my wonderful esteemed panel here, Frax, Mega, and Jordan. So we are going to be talking today about, session 1. It's going to be more of our discussion, or kind of like the intro or start, or kind of hooking people into the game, or getting people caught up in kind of like starting, or how we actually start, or getting people invested into the actual, thing that we're trying to do, either TTRPG or video game. So it's going to be an interesting discussion. So first and foremost, thanks everybody for stopping by. And if you're anyone who's watching this on like the VOD later on, thanks for watching the VOD. We definitely appreciate you. This is just a lot of fun, and it's, like I said, an excuse for me to talk to my friends more often. So with that being said, we're going to start off with our normal. We have kind of our schedule. We're going to do a little bit of news and accolades at the beginning. Then we'll take a break. Then we're going to do some what we've been doing this month, and then we'll jump into the topic after that. Next break after that topic. So we're going to start off with news for this month, and I'm probably going to start off with. Let's see. Let me start off with something that happened almost immediately, which is going to be Path of Exile. So since this is kind of like very relevant, I'm just going to get it out the way. Since, this deserves a little bit of mention, since this is the Dark Souls of news topic this month.
Yeah, true. About the news Diablo-like.
Had to leave it in there.
But yes, I do want to talk about Path of Exile 2, which is the sequel to obviously Path of Exile 1. But Grinding Gears game is their sequel, and definitely been quite a buzz recently. I've actually had the chance to play it, and I'll talk about it in the next section about what we've been doing, because I had a few hours last night to play it. But one of the big things for that is that they hit over 1 million. Was it sales? I believe.
Yeah.
So
registered early access users, I believe. So
yes.
So.
Yeah, so that is huge numbers. And they announced it, and one of my favorite things was that the developers came onto a 53-second video saying, hey, we have a lot of users. This is more than what we expected. The servers are struggling, and they probably will, but we're working on it, so expect delays and queues, and we appreciate you guys supporting us, and we love you guys as fans. And I was like, that's great. That's and the overall reception to that has been pretty much positive. Everyone's like, you know what? Yeah, that is honestly pretty cool. Looking at most of the circles that I hang around for people who play games like this, it's been pretty positive and receptive. You're obviously going to get, the people are trolling and whatnot, but even in the world chat, people have been so like helpful and talking and be like, oh, this is really cool and whatnot. So what was that?
Usually world chatting games is where all the trolling reaches its natural maximum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a lot of it is people genuinely like asking for help, like in terms of, hey, how do I do this, or where do I find this, or people kind of going, hey, I'm getting like stuttering or whatever. What setting do I change? Whatever, all that kind of stuff. I have a 2080 Super and a pretty like mid-tier PC in my opinion at this point, but I'm getting 150 frames easy, so the optimization seems pretty good. But again, overall reception to the game has been pretty positive. It's really nice to see kind of like a game being quite successful. And the developers do remind me a lot of Larian Studios. I mean, they seem to be very passionate about the game. They very open and transparent about the changes and the like, hey, this is why we do these things or why these things were changed. So I really appreciate that, and I think fans are starting to kind of appreciate it in turn by, again, speaking with their wallets, which is nice to see. So
yeah, more than ever this year, I feel. Like if I had to make a biggest change in gaming culture, I guess if I really have to give it a name, that would be that people seem to be voting with their wallets way more than in the past. Like Concord is the definitive example of that, but also in the post Path of Exile.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, we could speak to Concord of, just it just wasn't successful. It's unfortunately a genre of game that just struggles because of the fact that it's a bit, the buzz for it has died down. I think Blizzard with Overwatch 2 and the changes that they made, and some people being disappointed with the direction where they went to, has kind of killed the buzz a bit.
Although Marvel Rivals seems to be doing pretty well in the same genre.
That is my next segue, because I was about to talk right into Marvel Rivals. So I was reading an article, and Marvel Rivals, I believe, debuts was one of the highest free-to-play launches in Steam history. And it does that on the back end of the fact that, well, a game like Concord failed. So it's kind of like, well, this is going to be like, is this going to be successful or not? And it came out and it's been getting pretty positive reviews. I've been watching some of the friends of the podcast play it. I think Little Nicto was playing it yesterday or the day before, and it looks really fun. It's just hydration. But yeah, I think one of the big things is a lot of people have been talking about the monetization, the fact that the battle pass never expires, the currency that you pay for is the same that you earn for in game. And the money to buy things is basically 1-for-1. So if something costs like $5, it costs $5. It's not like, oh, it's $5, so it costs 600 gems, but $5 of gems gets you 500 gems. So you have to spend $10 to get the $5 thing that you want. Now you have 4. No, it's like 1-for-1 is what I've seen and what people have been telling me. So I haven't had a chance to play it, but it looks really cool. I mean, the Marvel Universe is I mean, if you're talking about hero shooters, Marvel's it's all about heroes. That's Marvel's universe, it's heroes. So they have tons of backstory and lore to build off of. So you don't have to worry about what Concord suffered from, which was there wasn't really like established lore, so people weren't really connected to the characters. They tried, but I think that really hurt it because people really weren't like vibing with the characters right away. That's something that Blizzard did really well. Oh, go ahead.
There really wasn't much to vibe with was also part of the problem. I mean, a lot of the criticisms of there was the vast majority of the characters in Concord were just bland. So, you know, and that kind of really contributed. Whereas I think James Stephanie Sterling even pointed out that like one of the key elements of having a hero shooter is actually having unique heroes that people can, you know, build that lore if it didn't exist, because that's kind of what happened with Overwatch initially.
Yeah.
And when you don't have unique heroes, you just have the same generic people with the same generic moves and the same generic outfits. That's just going to turn people off of it. And the market with those are so oversaturated at this point in time that people are going to speak with their wallets and just go, no, we're not doing this.
Yeah.
But if you give them a game with heroes they know that have got actual decades of history in various forms, you give them cool new reworks, and then you tell people you get to play them, like all of them unlocked for free from the get-go.
Yeah.
Well, I can see why that attracts an audience.
Yeah, but then you have to also do it well on the other end, because you look at like Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League and how terrible that was. And
that was kind of rough because they turned it into like a looter shooter, but then
they gave a lot of heroes guns, even though none of their powers traditionally revolve around guns.
Right.
So definitely a weird choice. Like if you look at the video mode, I think that's Thor fighting with the Thunder Hammer. Like they gave him Mjolnir. They did give him a gun.
He just slams. Yeah, it's like you have all this lore, which is all the comics to build on, and there's so many like different iterations and powers. Like go for it. Like that's awesome. Oh no, Squirrel Girl! No, Squirrel Girl, run! So yeah, they really kind of and that's adorable. This character here, the Jeff the Land Shark, amazing.
Yeah.
So they really went like, hey, we're just going to like lean into the fact that this is the unique powers playing differently, and I think that's one of the core components to make a hero shooter successful is that if the characters are interesting to play and not just it's just a regular third-person shooter with like one or two abilities. Like then it just kind of feels like what Jordan said earlier, kind of like generic and just, I can just play anything else. So yeah, it definitely looks, just looking at this, it looks really, really fun. So that might be something that at some point in the near future we should try. But again, back to the point of taking care of the audience and actually having a fair monetization kind of strategy. I mean, like you said, all the characters are available for free. So people are definitely speaking with their wallets. Like Path of Exile 1, going back to that, was pretty fair with the monetization, and it's fair with the second one as well. Because, you buy into the early access, you're getting the early access, but you're also getting equivalent number of points for the shop of what you spent. So you're just not spending to play early. You're getting something, but you're also allowed to play early. So I think that's super fair.
I do have one question about that actually that you might be able to answer. Because one big thing that turned me off from Path of Exile 1, from trying it, was the fact that everyone always told me the game is free, but you kind of need to buy stash tabs, like to keep your gear, because by default you have only very little space, and if you actually want to get into the end game, that's never going to be enough. Is that still a thing?
From what I can tell, I'm not sure, but also think about that. If you're playing enough to get to the end game, you're playing 40, 50, 60 plus hours.
Yeah, fair enough.
So investing $20-$30 in the game to, get the stash tabs is pretty fair. If you're free to play and just casually playing it, you don't really need them. You just have to sell things more often. But if you're invested enough where you have multiple characters, whatever, that shows that you're getting an investment from the game. So them asking for a little bit of money for more space, personally, I think it's fair. Some people may not like it. I can see that argument.
It's just you had to. It was basically you had to spend it on a microtransaction instead
Mhm.
of selling me the game. Like if they'd put up like a let's say a starter premium edition or whatever they want to name it, like a established edition that is literally just the essentials to have the stash tabs, to have whatever other amenities that you might want to paid, instead of framing it as a microtransaction. I think that would have actually gone over better with me, which is a feeling thing. I completely recognize
Yeah,
that.
yeah, definitely,
Why,
definitely.
but
So,
that can
so
make a difference.
I do want
Yeah,
to
Mega.
interject and say I have played Path of Exile 1. I didn't get super far with it. I think I made it to like level 40 or something around there. But I never felt the need to buy any of the microtransaction stuff. Like I didn't need stash tabs or anything at that point of the game. And I've
That's
been
fine.
Yeah,
playing
that's
for
true.
at least like dozens of hours, I think, at that point. So
Yeah, yeah. I got to finish the story with one. I played it enough to unlock the Scion, which was the character you unlock once you get to a certain part of the story. Then I played her till I got to like finishing the campaign, and I had more than enough space, and I didn't buy any kind of.
yeah,
That's good.
I'm
Yeah.
looking at it. I'm looking at it now. I have 80 hours of playtime in this game, roughly, and yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
Path of Exile, I have 96.8 hours. So I didn't like Path of Exile 1 because of the fact that it's not my style of ARPG. It's very, there's a lot of things going on in terms of like numbers behind the scene and building this and this. And then you just have like a button that you spam and there's like a lot of explosions, a lot of particle effects. And some people kind of enjoy that, which is totally fine. It's a viable way of playing. It just wasn't really for me. And I just never really gave it a chance. Whereas the second game, which I find funny, a lot of people are like, "Oh, I'm upset that they changed it," and it's like a slower paced game, and you have to dodge bosses, and and it's hard. The mobs can kill you. It's like, yeah, they're making a different game. If you want to play the first one, you can still play the first one. They're still planning on supporting it. And things that come out for one game generally come out for the other. Like you get pets from buying one of the supporter packs, and you can use them in both 1 and 2. So it's kind of like, yeah, they made something different. They made it more kind of like tactical positioning, comboing. So yeah, it's just, again, we can go into it later on, but yeah, that's just news that they've been successful. Marvel been absolutely successful, so I'm glad to see games starting to have some positivity attached to them when they do good things. What were you saying, Mega? Sorry.
I was gonna.
Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you.
Okay, I was gonna say I could talk about like the differences between the games in the sense that like, I understand. I'm just gonna touch on this briefly, and we can probably get back to it later.
Yeah,
There's
we were gonna talk about what we've been playing this week, and in the next section, I think we could spend more time on that there.
Yeah.
So just to kind of like move
All right, okay.
on, but if you want to touch on a quick point, go for it.
I was just gonna say there's like the two main types of difficulty to a game are like preparational difficulty and like execution difficulty,
Mhm.
and we can get more into that later.
No, yeah, definitely. That is uh, the first game was more of the preparational one, in my opinion, and this is a mix of both. So yeah, good point though in chat by Fables earlier about Marvel also has a lot of money, so they can kind of make their own thing. They don't have to like push any kind of like agenda or angle for like esports. What I mean,
Yeah,
so like you don't have to
like
just make it
that was
fun.
said about Activision. That is a known thing that Activision pushed for when
Mhm.
they were attached to Blizzard. They wanted to put esports and microtransactions into every game. We know
Yeah.
that since Jason Schreier has published his amazing book where he interviewed a ton of people from Activision Blizzard about the matter. So yeah, poisoning by Activision is quite literally the terms that some of them dare to use for it.
Yeah, so it's kind of refreshing to see that, and then they have the money; they can afford not to like want to try to nickel and dime.
Yeah.
They can afford to be a little bit more bold with their transactions and whatnot. So that's kind of cool, and they have what is it, like almost 100 years of I don't know when Marvel, for like maybe like 80 years or whatever of like history and outfits.
Close to 100.
Close on. Yeah, they have like that much to pull from for like outfits, for characters or whatever. So they're not starving for like, oh, we need to have money so that we can pay writers so that we can come up with characters and get out. No, they can like chill on that.
I got it. 1939.
Yep.
When they started.
Almost on.
So
Jeez. Man.
Just a little over 10 years, and they can celebrate their 100 years.
That's cool. That's really cool.
We'll cover that when that happens. We'll be there.
we'll still hopefully still be around. But and to touch up on other news, this doesn't really even need a video. It's just really quick. I just saw, and it's a game that I sometimes play. There's a game called First Descendant, which is kind of like a gacha shooter Warframe style. And they have like a new season, and they're like, hey, if you plead a no season, you unlock a hero, and you can pick the hero you want. And I thought that was kind of cool. It's like, oh, okay, they just
gacha, yeah.
Yeah, for a gacha, it's like you just pick the hero you want. You don't have to actually like. It's like, oh, you get a free loot box. No, it's like, hey, if you play this season, you'll get when you log in, you'll get like to pick a hero. And I'm like, oh, that's cool. So just figured that it was mentioned
because the gacha genre is known for, especially nickeling and diming their players.
So. Now, that being said, speaking about nickeling and diming and being awful, horrible people, let's bring up Larian, who are not that.
Oh, I thought you were going to switch to the Game Awards. I was like, oh, it's not that bad.
No. I do want to, I think something we forgot, the patch, the 12 subclasses.
Right,
I was like, wait a minute.
Is there to our odds because, as you all know, patch 7 was going to be the last Baldur's Gate 3 patch. So patch 8 is going to add 12 more classes, photo modes, crossplay. It's definitely going to be the last patch. Absolutely.
Yeah, I saw the photo mode and I thought that was amazing that you could just like, they just had like Karlach jumping and smiling and the others in the back, and then Astarion was just like shaking his head. And it was like, that's amazing. That's super cool.
And they really went for some fan favorites with the 12 subclasses they're adding, but one for each class. And you got stuff in there like the Blade Singer for wizards, Death Cleric. What else was in there? Stars Druids, always a good one. What else? I don't have the list in front of me, but I was looking at all the choices. Like, yeah, this is what people have been wanting. Bladelock.
Yeah,
Bladelock is going to be interesting because they added the charisma attacks to one of the pacts, which is normally what Bladelock is known for. So it'll be interesting to see how they homebrewed it, because they are putting their own twist on it. Like Death Cleric is getting a corpse explosion ability, which it doesn't usually have. So yeah, this is going to be cool. And after that, they're definitely not.
Yeah, that's definitely. I'm cool. I'm like, oh, okay. They really went all out for this, and they added so much more, which is really cool to see. Things that like fans were asking for. Granted, a lot of these were already modded into the game.
All of them. I believe it took them maybe 2 weeks after the game launched for every subclass in 5e to be available, and some Pathfinder subclasses, and even a few World of Warcraft classes. Like I did a playthrough as Death Knights, because yeah.
Yeah, so it's nice to see that they still are working on Baldur's Gate, even though if this is probably the last that they'll work on it, I'm sure that they'll patch or whatever if there's any kind of super serious issue, and maybe hot fixes for any kind of new hardware or whatever that comes out. But
Or
still,
if the inspiration hits, honestly, they're one of those people that really go, if I have a cool idea and we have the time and resources for it, we'll just do it. Like with Divinity Original Sin 2, years after release, they suddenly made these gift bags, mini DLC, which were free.
yeah.
Which was just random ideas that they had. Like some of them were popular mods that they integrated into the game. Some of them added new armor sets with cool set effects and like mini quests to get them. And that was years later. So it's really with them. You never know when it was the last patch because there might just be a developer in there that has a cool idea, and they are very open towards their developers doing what they want to do.
Mm-hmm.
Provided everything else gets done on time, of course. But
Yeah.
That's favorite
and,
scene of the game.
Yeah, everyone's favorite scene. But
this has been your monthly learning show.
Yeah, it cannot be avoided. I am sorry.
I know. So
Uh,
we
are talking about the games we like, and I like Baldur's Gate 3 and Original Sin 1.
That's fine. I'm just keeping the meme alive.
Yeah. It's like back in with the release of Witcher 3 when everyone's like praised Geraldo for the better part of 2 years. And I was really annoyed by that, and I'm doing exactly the same with a different game. I know. I know.
And again, another milestone that came up is a game that I've had a ton of fun with, and I probably haven't mentioned in a while. Space Marine 2 actually reached 5 million players, or 5 million sales. So definite props on a solid game, really fun in a universe that I enjoy. I know we talked about this on the podcast a few months ago. So it's definitely great to see that they hit the 5 million player count, and that's since it came out in September of 2024. I think it was September 9th or 10th or something. So and that's cool because I hope it also brings popularity to the universe. And I don't play the Warhammer miniature. Jordan, that's more of your. I mean, I don't know if you play that specifically, but I know you play a lot of, or know a lot of people that play miniatures.
I don't play 40K, and I kind of have as an long-time player who has played Games Workshop games since I was about I think 16, and I'm 40 right now. I kind of have a love-hate relationship with Games Workshop, particularly at the moment, but it has nothing really to do with 40K at this point. It has more to do with Old World and Age of Sigmar. But yeah. I mean, 40K is fantastic, and it's probably not going anywhere anytime soon because it's really the only science fiction game like that, and just the lore that Games Workshop has built into it is incredible, and I think that's just going to keep it beloved. And besides the Games Workshop, the main thing they're actually making money on right now, because it certainly isn't miniatures or sales for their games, it's on basically their licenses. Yeah. So you'll definitely see more 40K games coming out there.
Yeah, we've. I think that was one of the topics that we mentioned in one of the first podcasts. Is that they were like 3 or 4 Warhammer and 40K games being announced in the these coming months, and we've seen, of course, the success of Space Marine 2. So that's really good. It's a game that essentially takes the first game and it just adds more to it. So it's really cool. I like that. They didn't really need to change the formula because, again, being a single player game, or kind of it was at the time, now it's a co-op game. It has all these different modes, so it's really cool to see it succeed. And I think that it becoming a co-op game really helped because I've been seeing a surge, and I know we spoke to Core, who's in our audience here, about that, about co-op games are really getting a nice boost in popularity, because now with the technology being so much better for internet and connection and Discord and all that, it's very easy to play with friends, and it's very easy with things like Steam or I hate to say it, Epic, where like small developers can have the matchmaking and the servers and the connections with some of that help. So that's just an observation. So
Yeah, actually saw a funny meme about that a few days ago where they basically summarized the genre as evil TM happening and someone going, "Oh no, it's antagonizing me! Quickly, send 4 dipshits." That's the genre. It's
That's the
4
genre.
dipshit like.
Yeah.
That's Deep Rock. That's Helldivers. The Space Marine is 3 dipshits.
No.
You know?
Okay. To be fair, Space Marine, you're not a dipshit, but the players are. The characters
Yeah.
are.
If I go over the list, aside from the dwarves from
Helldivers.
Deep Rock Galactic, which are hilarious, most of them are actually doing it very seriously. Like the 4 people from Dark Tides, the 5 from Vermintides, the Helldivers. Like we meme about it a lot, but the story is actually not told in jest.
And that's why my favorite Warhammer 40K game is Bolt Gun, because that one's just Doom, but you're a Space Marine.
Yeah,
That
I
one
saw
is-
somebody play that.
That one's really good. At some point, I'm gonna need to get somebody to stream and we'll talk about some of it. There's a lot of lore in it, so a lot of our friends play that. So definitely, fantastic game. But yeah, the co-op games have been surging in popularity, and like you said, and another one is like Helldivers. I know Helldivers won a Game of the Year award in I think it's the TIGA awards. It's the UK award thing. So Morgan, thank you. You've made Helldivers 2 Game of the Year in whatever kind of award show that was in the UK.
Golden Joysticks, was it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
they won several there.
King of Fables mentioned Left 4 Dead as well with the 4.
Mm.
Yeah,
four
that's one of the
dipshits type.
examples of the 4 dipshits genre.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's one of the OGs, really.
Yeah, so that's the Left 4 Dead. Helldiver specifically though is the 4 dipshits because you're just meant to die and be replaced by another dipshit. So it's great.
And in Deep Rock Galactic, you literally play 4 miners that are just doing their job, and they're constantly bullshitting with each other. And at mission control.
Yeah, but definitely.
pulled it up. They at the joysticks they won best game trailer, console game of the year, critics' choice, and best multiplayer game.
Yeah, props on
yeah.
Helldivers for getting some much needed kind of like not needed because they're doing really well, but getting the much deserved the well deserved kind of praise from an award show. Speaking of award shows, now you wanted my segue and why I brought this up. Speaking of award shows, this month we did have 2024 Game Award nominees.
And as always, it's been a drama.
So I'm gonna ask. I know Frax, you are well aware of them. Mega, have you seen the nominees? Do you know the nominees for each of the categories?
Not all the categories, obviously. I mostly know about the Game of the Year ones because my other friends have been memeing about it a lot.
Yeah.
Jordan, are you familiar, or even if you don't care about the Game of the Year, because it's really a shit show, but are you familiar with the Game Awards and have an idea what's happening?
Somewhat, because I know of people mocking them.
There you go.
Yeah.
They're basically like the Grammys, but for video games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, basically.
So just to kind of go through it real quick. So let's see. There are quite a few topics, quite a few categories.
I think the main source of the mocking is for the GOTY award. The other ones are not as relevant towards most of the discussion, I think. But it's the Game of the Year itself that always gets people going.
Yeah. One of the things that I just kind of want everybody's opinion on this. I know we spoke about this on length. Is the fact that there's a lot of DLCs and remakes.
Yeah.
so that were nominated in many categories. So I know Silent Hill 2, for example, while great, fantastic, was a remake of the original. So it's kind of like, well, it's not really a new game. And then, of course, praise be Souls, like the game, the Dark Souls of Dark Souls, Elden Ring. But they have a DLC, Shadows of the Erdtree, which was nominated for like Best RPG and Game of the Year.
Yeah.
Which I'm sitting here like scratching my head, like, wait, what? Wait a minute.
It's not really a game. Like, if I buy Shadow of the Erdtree, then it tells me you need to own Elden Ring. So, by definition, I'd say it's not a game of the year. It's not a game on its own. But yeah, that's kind of my opinion on the whole thing. I think that DLC and remakes should have their own separate category. Like, they can definitely be recognized because there's a lot of effort that goes into there. But I don't think they should be game of the year because otherwise, I will accept them being game of the year if Skyrim's re-releases get nominated each year.
Okay, the thing about the remakes, I agree completely with the DLC, but the thing about the remakes is it really depends on what they do with the remake. Like if they actually remake the game, like for example, the Final Fantasy VII.
They did change
games.
it a lot, yeah.
Like it's basically
the original is old.
Well, no, it's basically a whole new game. Like even the story's been altered.
Oh, the story's been altered. The gameplay is changed. So
it's
yeah, that is true.
Different. It is not at all the same game. The only way it's the same is that certain characters and events are recognizable from the original release of the game.
Like Barrett wearing the sailor suit.
Or Cloud wearing the
you mean the entirety of the hotel scene?
Can I say that on stream?
I think we're allowed one.
Well, I think in his case it is considered cross-dressing.
Okay. I mean, people wear whatever they want. So yeah, the cross-dressing.
No. The whole point was like they dressed Cloud up to like disguise him so he could get into like this raunchy casino or hotel owners.
Oh, that's what that was about.
Yeah, that's why.
I thought it was like a men's bathhouse.
Whatever.
Well, actually, I'm not entirely sure, but that's just what I remember.
It's been so long, and I haven't played the remakes yet. So when that's interesting. But yeah, that definitely is a completely justifiable because it is a different game. So that is true. So, but yeah, with the DLCs though, that I personally don't budge on that one because I mean, Shadow of the Erdtree is not as if it was like the size of the original game and it was an entire different thing, then possibly
even if it is
even
the size of the original game, the fact that it's dependent on owning the original game to play.
Yeah, it still falls under that category.
You can't consider it. You can't consider it a game in its own right.
Yeah, no, because at that point, we might as well start nominating them each time they get a major patch.
Yeah, I mean, technically, Larian could get Game of the Year because of patch. The new patch.
I wasn't going to say Larian, but for example, World of Warcraft gets a new expansion every 2 years. Nominated again. Like that is an entire new game for all intents and purposes because they invalidate all of the gear and stuff you got from the previous expansion. So why not?
Yeah, that's true.
So it should be its own category because I do think they need to be recognized because there's a lot of work that goes into there, and it's not just cash grabbing to make an expansion, especially one of like a decent story size with new lands and stuff like that. So
so some sort of a category like a best DLC or best continuation or supported game or something.
They do have best ongoing game, but I feel like that's more for games that get patched for free, like live services. Like Helldivers can probably be nominated there a few times, and often games in the category are nominated each year.
I mean, I think like
Genshin Impact has been there since it released,
and then Fortnite. So
I think Fortnite's actually not in there this year.
Oh no!
Fortnite depends a bit on the ups and downs in how its patches are received. So,
Chad, is this real? Fortnite's not there. What the signal?
I'll scroll down to it for a second because I got the list open.
I do like. I do think this year.
It is in there. Never mind. It's in there.
Okay, good. All right. Aura has been restored.
Yeah, it's Destiny 2, Diablo 4,
W in
Final
chat,
Fantasy
boys,
14, Fortnite, and Helldivers.
All right, but I think this year, best adaptation generally is kind of a joke category because like adaptations have been awful. This year it's tough.
Yeah.
This year it's tough.
It's a
This year it's
showdown.
good. Arcane was
You
great.
got Arcane, which is all reliable, was amazing, but you got Fallout in there too.
Yeah, and I heard Knuckles was okay, and I like a Dragon, Yakuza. Some people say was pretty solid. So it's good to see those. I refuse to acknowledge the last one because I thought it was pretty mid. Because the animation was kind of mid, and I think the remake of the Tomb Raider games have been kind of like.
We can shout out to one that's not in best adaptation.
Which?
The Borderlands movie. I inflicted psychic damage.
That hurt. Oh my goodness! Yeah, the Borderlands.
I'm as upset about it as you are.
How do you, as a studio, have the worst box office of all time one week, and then release another movie and beat that record? That's just amazing to me. It's like everyone's like, "This is like the worst movie of all time," and then The Crow goes, "Hold my beer."
This is the worst week of my life. The worst week of your life so far.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, that man. It was, you could tell how bad it was, the fact that it was on YouTube the entirety of the movie, like a week after or a couple days after, and it wasn't taken down for like several days. So I actually skimmed through it really quickly on like double speed, just to kind of see. And it was bad. It was bad.
Why are you playing trailer?
Artsy, no.
Artsy, oh no, we're associated with it. Oh no. I will give them credit where credit's due. I mean, Jack Black definitely is always fun in whatever role he plays, so he's interesting with Claptrap. You can't really, it's Claptrap. I guess Krieg looks like a maniac, a muscled maniac dude, so I guess they got that right. Everything else, I mean, what they did to Tina was a travesty.
I think my favorite part is that how they did so many reshoots because of how long this movie came to take out. You can actually tell what are the reshoots and what are not because the child actor they had visibly aged and hit puberty and got taller in the movie. And so they have to try to shoot it at a different angle because she's visibly like several inches taller than she was when they first filmed the movie.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that was
I'd be down for ATH watch together of this. It's just like Mystery Science Theater, just Monos, Hands of Fate. Oh yeah, by the way, that was the thing that happened this month. Jordan, this is complete nerd, but you introduced me, not introduced me because I obviously know that this was a thing. But that happened this month, right? November or last month, right?
Yeah. Well, the traditional the marathon. So with Mystery Science Theater, the first episode came out on Thanksgiving Day in Minnesota on public access, like 1987, if I remember correctly. And so the tradition is they always do a marathon of all of their past episodes on Thanksgiving Day. And this one, they actually had it with like guest hosts like Matthew Lillard and stuff like that, introducing the episode coming in. And they usually have like a fan poll and something like that. And so, yeah, it's just basically a entire day in which they just show back to back to back Mystery Science Theater episodes. It actually used to be aired on Comedy Central back when that was a thing.
Yeah, I remember. So Frax and Mega, are you familiar with Mystery Science Theater 3000?
No, really.
Is that the one where they like take the piss out of like movies and stuff?
Yeah, it's so it was the original concept was from the comedian who founded it, oh my god, I'm forgetting his name. But he was like a big guy in like the Minneapolis comedy scene, and his roommate in college had a book called the Golden Turkey Awards, which was at the time in the '80s the worst B movies of all time. Like it had a bunch of the really bad oh my god, the Sandy Frank, not the Shaw brothers, but the Sandy Frank Tokyo Daito monster movies that were coming over and all of those, and they decide, and a lot of them are in public domain at that point. And so basically that was them, Mike Nelson, that was his name, and he was also a prop comic, so he built these robots for him, and they were voiced by two other comedians, and they just take the piss out of old movies, and they have little segments in between, but it's basically them just sitting there riffing on just terrible B movies.
I think. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I think I did see a single episode of it back when the first Mickey Mouse cartoon entered public domain. Like they finally made MSC3K on it, and I had a friend of mine sit us down and watch it together.
Yeah.
So that's been my only experience with it so far. Like
the Manos, the Hands of Fate episode is infamous because that's what kind of brought it back into the public opinion, showed of being the worst movie of all time. Because when they used to do it originally, they would just film the in between segments in the morning, and then at night they would go and they would sit down and watch the movie. And a lot of the times they'd never seen the movie before; they just got it out of the book. And so they had never seen this movie before. They'd only briefly heard of it being really, really bad. And at the end of the episode, they break character to apologize to the audience for showing them the movie because of how terrible it is.
Yeah.
Holy.
Like
it's one of the classics, and they just, oh my god, it's so funny. And
it was done originally by a guy who was a door-to-door salesman for a slaughterhouse, and it was so bad with the editing because he just got like local theater kids to do it, and the editing was so bad for it that they used to have the title credits in old movies at the front of the film. But if you watch the movie, there's this just 10 minutes of the film is on a field because they forgot to put the title credits in.
Oh boy.
It's awful, and I love that we end up just like talking about it, and it's such a meme. It's just Manos, Hands of Fate, and it's oh my god. Let's just say that might also be another fun one to watch. I do apologize, and yes, thank you, Artsy. It's in the background. We got the trailer. Artsy for the win.
Yeah.
We have the trailer.
And the other one that was kind of famous for them was Sandy Frank, when he was still alive, actually tried suing them because they showed all of the Gamera movies and mocked them, and he actually got pissed off at it. But he couldn't do anything because they were in public domain at that point.
I'm waiting for them to show the main quote unquote character of this movie.
Torgo?
Torgo. I wonder if they show it in the trailer.
Bring you for the master.
It's an experience. So I would love to see them do the Borderlands movie. That would be funny because I think it's going to at some point. There he is. Oh, there's that guy.
The guy, I see him.
Oh my goodness. It's even worse when you actually hear them talking. It doesn't get better. So that might be a fun thing to do one of these days. We just kind of like sit and watch like a really crappy movie about maybe a game for like a Borderlands style movie, or like the old Street Fighter movie, which is good, by the way. I like the old Street Fighter movie.
Oh no, we just have to go straight to Yule Bull at that point.
Oh no, that's oof. Sorry, Core, but damn, Germany made one mistake, and that was Yule Bull escaping it. So,
well, I actually found out with that one. So that actually isn't a mistake that Germany made, because
Oh,
basically
Mortal
how the
Kombat movies.
how the tax system used to work in Germany was if you actually sponsored like really bad movies, you could use it as a tax write-off. So they actually found out the reason why he kept making them was because German millionaires kept giving him money so they could use like Blood Rain as a tax write-off.
Oh my god. What the
Oh my
fuck?
god.
I love
I'm
that.
just gonna headcanon that is why the Star Wars sequels exist.
Yeah. We're just gonna blame
That's
Core.
just Disney tax write-ups.
We're blaming Core. Germany, the Dark Souls of bad movie the sponsors. So
What you mean
This
you
is
didn't
good.
like?
Do we have Cora in the chat right now? Because he might kill you later.
I think he's actually booking a flight to come over here and strangle me. I'm so
Well, it looks like we're getting
This is gonna be
teenagers
the
for
Dark
Christmas.
Souls of podcast episodes.
oh, jeez. It's all right. I know how to dodge roll. I'll be fine.
What was the joke we made before we started? Can I say that?
No,
I don't think
no.
we can.
Okay,
No.
no, okay.
Guys,
Okay,
let's not.
That's I prefer.
All right, yeah, let's keep that to ourselves.
But yes, inside joke. But yeah, cool. So we are hitting the hour mark since we started. So I think this might be a good time for us to take a quick break, about 5 to 10 minutes. Then we'll come back, talk about what we've been doing, maybe any leftover news articles, and then once we do a little about like an hour or so of what we've been doing and playing, and we can get more into in detail of like Path of Exile, for example. Meg, I know you have insight because you played that as well, or other things that we might be interested in, movies and games or TTRPGs, because a lot of interesting stuff came out in TTRPGs as well. We'll go into our main topic. So, all right, so we'll show some art during the break. We appreciate everybody for sticking around for as long so far, and we'll see you in a few.
Well, then we couldn't see you.
Hmm. That video that she sent was great. I gotta show you at work, Jordan. The AI made like a Mortal Kombat game with celebrities, and John Cena was just not there. It was good. Are we back? Yeah, we're back. All
We're back,
right.
chat?
Well, we're back.
Oh wait, no, you don't want to do back chat.
We're back.
We are
We're-
back, and it's time for.
We do perceive you. Yes, Fables perceives us.
Oh no!
God damn it.
Who rolled low on their stealth check?
Me.
It was me.
I always
No.
done dexterity. It's always going to be me.
Oh right. Yeah.
Oh, so it's not the half ogre. The half ogre is better at stealth
Yeah.
than both of you.
The Holger.
Oh. Ogre.
I'm sorry. No, that was I Oh no.
That's gonna stick now, Jordan.
That was on air too.
Quick shout out before we start the talk, because we're going to be doing some of the stuff we've been doing this month. Some of the stuff we've been doing this month was so Jordan took me to a really nice bakery for lunch with another one of our friends in upstate New York, and it was amazing. The best cubanos I've had, and some of the best empanadas. I don't know why I wanted to bring that up. I just started thinking about it.
I love
good
the
culture.
fact that you recognize the building your mom used to live in, like right next door to it, and then had never heard of this place that had been in business for like 50 years.
I was like, God darn. What was I missing out on, man? What was I missing out? Where we are, we have some good foods. It's a foodie town, so yeah, there's just so much to choose from. Yep. So, yes, Artsy, I did promise to take you there.
You miss
we'll
food?
You miss food?
Is someone
Wait.
not allowing you to eat? Please blink twice if you're in trouble.
Please have two back-to-back wink emotes if you're in trouble. But yeah. I know I found myself been interested in the culinary arts diet for dental surgery. Oh, okay, that makes sense. In the culinary arts, so yeah, that's something that I'm going to be talking about more often. So anyway, we're going to be talking about what we've been doing this month, what we've been interested for the month, maybe some stuff that is more stuff that we're artsy stuff that we are excited for, type of thing. So I believe Frax and Mega, this is a topic where I'm interested in. It's kind of like EVE Online, where I don't play it. I have no idea what's happening, but I love hearing stories. And so I believe it's RuneScape. Same thing. I don't play it. I never played it, but I'm super interested in hearing stories about it.
All right,
So the floor is yours. Yeah, Frax.
Yeah, so it's specifically the old version that I made because they had a split some time ago where part of the player base wanted to go back to the good old times, so they made an old school RuneScape based on a backup. And since then, they've really taken the old school version into a different direction, like keeping the older design principles but doing new things with it. One of those new things is what they call leagues. Once a year, each year, they make a separate game mode, and in that game mode, there's a bunch of multipliers, differences compared to the regular game. Like you can't access the entire map. You need to unlock areas by doing various tasks. Those same tasks grant you access to relics, and relics are like your Diablo or other game legendary items. They give you crazy effects that can modify your skills, your combat skills, your skilling skills, because old school RuneScape has a lot of non-combat activities to do, like farming, woodcutting, mining, smithing, agility, robbing people, that kind of stuff. So that's all put on steroids through those relics. Aside from that, you get a giant XP modifier because the regular game is very, very grindy. It's an old school style MMO, so it's really about the journey, like back in the day, and all the difficulties that come with it. But for the temporary game mode, because it only lasts 2 months, you get a multiplier that increases over time as you unlock relics. Like I'm at a times 16 modifier at the moment, so I progress the game 16 times as fast, and that makes it playable for me because I'm the main game is too slow for me. I don't have that time for an MMO.
So
Like if
I haven't actually gotten into the league yet, but I have picked up old school RuneScape again. A lot of this sounds to me like the whole like accelerated through old content with like new features to keep it interesting. The biggest example I can think of of something else like that was Mr. Pandaria remix.
Sort of. It's similar to that principle, except they add a bunch of challenges to it. So it's not just leveling fast to it and then unlocking some rewards for your main accounts, because you do get points, and those you can use to unlock cosmetics in your main game. But they also had a bunch of challenges in there, because like I said, you unlock all of that through doing tasks, and some of those are really easy, like pickpockets, a level 3 human NPC. Like you can do that from the get-go. It's level 1 thieving. But as you do more tasks and you get to higher tier challenges, you get stuff like doing certain weird things in a boss encounter. Like one of them is like there's a level 50 boss, like one of the first like real PVM bosses you will find. That one has a bunch of associated combat encounters, like do every mechanic perfectly.
Oh
Good
god.
luck. Like kill all of its minions within 6 seconds. That kind of stuff.
Oh,
I should
geez.
mention for context, this game is tick based.
Yes.
Okay.
So it updates like a few times
Every
every
0.6
second.
seconds.
Yeah. So essentially you're working on like a how would you say this?
It's a rhythm-based game in PVM. There's an actual add-on for it, called where you just get a metronome to time your clicks to make sure you don't miss a tick update, and then you can perfectly do combat mechanics like on the dots. That is if
Are
you
those
really want to be smarty about it. Most
are
combat
those
in the game doesn't require that, but
are those
there's a
allowed?
few acknowledgments where that's actually important.
Are those allowed though? Like
They're allowed.
add-ons?
Yeah.
Like
There's a separate
Jagex
client for
himself allows it,
Yeah, there's a
or they
separate
don't?
client
Okay.
for old school RuneScape that allows add-ons called RuneLite. It's added to the Jagex launcher, so it's officially endorsed. And
Okay.
there's a bunch of add-ons, plugins, and stuff for that help you with a lot of the game. Like one of the most famous ones is 117 HD, which basically gives the entire game an HD remake.
Mhm.
The game
Okay.
itself is old. But they actually put, like, someone actually made an entire graphical rework for it, that you can officially use that. So that's
Yeah,
cool.
because I was watching a streamer play the league recently, and there was like these weird polygons on screen, which I assume were like the click boxes
Yeah,
for
there's a
like
lot of them
enemies
that
and
highlight
levels.
click boxes.
And there was also like a vocal line that would like actually state out whenever you leveled up instead
Yeah,
of just having the fireworks.
there,
Um,
there's a lot of add-ons for it, and they're all sanctioned. That's allowed. They're
okay.
very they got strict guidelines on what an add-on is allowed to do, but as long as you keep to them, then yeah.
Mm. I could go into a talk about add-ons in online
That's
games,
actually
but
that's actually one of the questions I wanted to bring up, because I know Frax, you play the World of Warcraft, and
Yeah.
Mega, you've played a lot of Final Fantasy,
Yep.
which have different takes on add-ons, and I was actually kind of curious as
Very
to
different.
like how, what you guys thought about add-ons itself. Jordan, are you much of a MMO player, or not really?
Not really. I never really kind of could get into the. I don't know whether it's anxiety that, but I never really got into the playing with other people online. I did it once, like a long, long time ago, back in the old days of like the original Battlefield games when they had like 60 people, and it was like Battlefield Vietnam in 1942. But
Oh yeah.
never really into online gaming like that.
Yeah, because I mean we're always talking games, and the games you always talk to me about are like more single player and like really
Yeah.
interesting ones. Oh man, we gotta see if we can change that and have you join one of us on one of our streams one of these days.
All
Especially if
right.
it's something cool, because there's some actually interesting things that we play. More laid back. But yeah, let's back to the talk about um, add-ons. Yeah, there's a whole different mentality because if I'm not, I'll say what I think is I've heard, and you guys can correct me. But I know for obviously World of Warcraft add-ons are kind of a thing that just happen. People use them. In fact, some people require them for some, some
Yeah.
features. And then in Final Fantasy, it's the opposite. They're like add-ons aren't really allowed and shouldn't really be used.
So Warcraft is kind of an interesting recent history with that because we actually just came out of what I like to refer to as a arms race of add-ons between the add-on makers and the rates design team of Blizzard. Because the thing is, the add-ons help with the game mechanics. They give you vocal alerts for certain abilities. Some of them show you where to go to help solve abilities. And one of the add-ons called Weak Auras actually automatically solved entire mechanics in some fights. So they became mandatory because the rates the team started to up their game to make the game or to keep the game challenging despite all the automation. And that kind of reached a breaking point. So Blizzard changed their stance on add-ons from the design stance on add-ons, and they started fixing up their game actually to no longer require the add-ons. And as part of that, they also made a new sort of code implementation that meant that certain abilities are invisible to add-ons. So that's one way to fix it. The other hand is that they added a lot of things that were commonly used with add-ons to the game itself. Like they did an entire UI rework because everyone was using UI add-ons, so they thought, yeah, we gotta. Another
Okay.
issue was that a lot of the mechanics were just too complicated for most people to really execute, so they needed all sorts of aid add-ons for that. So they redesigned their encounter balance and their raid philosophy to move away from things like one person can one-shot the entire raids to make it so that there's still a challenge, but that you don't need to have all these external helps. And
Okay.
so far, that's been very successful. I feel like the last few raids that I've done, I could perfectly do without any add-ons. Like they were not required anymore, and I've noticed that a lot of people stopped asking about them, like in the raid groups, because it used to
Okay.
be a thing that the raid postings had like DBM required or bigwigs required or have weak auras installed. I barely see those anymore.
Well, that's
'Cause
cool. That's
yeah. The only place where you will really need those anymore is in the highest difficulty. Because yeah, that's literally aspirational content that only a small fraction of the player base will ever see because that is meant to be the most difficult challenge they can come up with. So yeah. The other
that's
thing that
cool.
a normal person can realistically reach, you don't need add-ons for anymore.
Oh, that's interesting. And I know, Omega, you can speak to this because you've played a lot more Final Fantasy than me. Was it just all add-ons, or was it specific type that they didn't allow, or they?
Okay.
Or,
So the thing about this is Final Fantasy and its directors have very much have like a don't ask, don't tell policy when it comes to mods.
okay.
And generally people who do mod the game are left alone because the vast majority of mods for the game are like cosmetic and like alter models and clothing and such
Yeah, I've
in
seen
ways that the game itself can't do.
alternate animations for attacks and stuff and things like
Yeah,
that.
it's usually for like aesthetic, like it doesn't offer gameplay benefits. Like those ones don't, and that's like a huge part of the modding scene for 14, and a lot of people would be really upset if they shut that down. So it kind of puts them in a difficult situation because they don't really have a way to differentiate between mods that just alter aesthetics and mods that do other things. Like for example, Frex, um you were talking about how add-ons will like show you where to go, like mechanics wise in a fight.
Yeah.
When you get to the highest levels of content in 14, um, part of the difficulty is the fact that the markers, like the markers to stand for attacks, are just completely turned off. You
Yeah.
have to eyeball it. So one of the things that people have been using in like world first runs that has been looked down upon, considered cheating basically, is add-ons that like add markers for those abilities ahead of time.
Mm,
So
Ah.
it's very much the opposite case of World of Warcraft when it comes to the competitive content specifically, because they heavily discourage you from using outside resources to get an edge with the game. They want you to be able to use the game and only the game to be able to play. Like even for their ultimates, they always test them internally to make sure that they're beatable without any sort of outside help. And
Okay.
they're always possible to beat. They always make them possible. It's just I think a lot of people, especially people who've migrated from World of Warcraft, have that mentality that they're kind of necessary and expected when it's really far from the
yeah,
case with this
that
game.
definitely used to be a thing, like big time. I actually stopped raiding for a long while and doing mythic dungeons because there was a time in mythic dungeons where people were expecting you to use a certain add-on that planned out your entire route through the dungeon, and if the
Oh,
tank
God, I
didn't
hated
have
that.
that, then you were a bad tank. And I was like, I'm not your Uber driver. I'm not giving you a GPS
Yeah,
I'm going to pull
but
in this dungeon.
that's another big reason why the developers don't want to have any sort of add-on integration for 14, is because they are well aware that it can create a lot of like toxic sort of
Yeah,
behaviors and mentalities between players, especially with things like DPS meters, which people do use anyway, like outside of content, and they're not like, I mean, it's another case of just like don't talk about it.
yeah. The major
And
big
don't
no-no that Warcraft does, aside from obvious cheats, is model swaps and animation swaps. Because they used to allow that, actually, for
That's
a long
weird
time. But,
because in 14 the model swaps and the animation swaps are generally the ones that are seen as okay.
well, the thing is, the player base kind of ruined that for everyone because it was allowed for the longest time until that people started cheating with them. Like they replaced the
Yeah.
model for a mining rock with a really long pole, so you could see from any distance where the mining rocks had spawned.
Okay.
And the same with the herbs or any other resource. And that is just such a clear gameplay advantage, and that allowed so much botting and auto farming that Blizzard just went, no, you're not doing this anymore at all.
It just goes to show like the huge culture divide between those two player bases.
Yeah. This was a while ago, by the way. This was back in Cataclysm that happened, as far as I'm aware. But yeah, it's still something that the remnants of the modding scene for Warcraft are sad about, because a lot of people used it for armor swaps, model swaps, like
Mhm.
player model. So it's a
Does
shame.
World of Warcraft sell armor transmogs?
Artsy, I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you.
Uh, so they do it on a very limited scale. There is an in-game store for World of Warcraft. They have historically had 5 outfits, I believe, over 20 years. They usually sell mounts and pets, but most of the stuff you can get just in the game, usually tied to achievements or from drops from actual gear. And nowadays, like since a few years, they implemented what they call the trading posts, which is a task-based system. Every month you can earn up to 1,000 of the trader standards, which I call tendies. By just playing the game, it's like you beat a raid boss, you get some tendies, you do a dungeon, you get some tendies, you mine a rock, tendies. So getting that 1,000 usually takes you like a day of gameplay. And on the trading post, there's just cosmetics, like armors, mounts, pets, again, often stuff that was on the shop before. So you can earn it through playing the game as well. They're actually very fair about that.
Like looking at the video, it's just like,
Yeah.
That's funny.
if it wasn't made 14 years ago, I would absolutely say that was a parody.
Amazing.
Yeah, no, they're actually very fair about their Warcrafts, which is surprising considering Activision track
Well,
records.
the interesting thing is that 14 actually has like a whole shop dedicated to selling like cosmetics and mounts and everything. And yet, like that only sort of like fuels the like modding community when it comes to like animation, model swaps, things like that. Yeah, MogStation. It like people are more encouraged to actually use those when they're able to, I guess, tailor them to better fit their character model or whatever. So it would actually like that's another thing. It would end up costing them a lot of money to like completely ban these mods because then suddenly people just wouldn't have that avenue for customizing their characters and they would just stop using the MogStation.
Okay, I like it. I like it. Okay, so
And
cool.
then, yeah, bring it back to old school RuneScape. They just went, fuck it, go wild. As long as you're not modifying game code, we don't care. You can replace every model you want. Because in RuneScape, it actually doesn't give you an advantage. Because the game is on a very slow tick system anyway. Most of the models are very clear because they're very low poly. They don't care.
All right, nice.
There was even a case like last year they released a boss from the main game, but they made an old school version of it, which dropped an old school armor set, and it used the graphics that the armor set had on launch back when it was first released in the main game, and people were like, "That doesn't fit the aesthetic of the old school philosophy anymore." Like at that point, the game had evolved too far. So what Jagex developers did was they redesigned the armor sets to have more fitting graphics for the current old school game, but they kept the models of the armor they had already made in the game files inaccessible, so that with an add-on, people can easily swap them around and just have the original armor look if they want to.
Oh, that's
Oh,
cool.
that is interesting.
Yeah, we're not going to make like a cosmetic set for it or anything, but we leave it in the codes that you can swap it around yourself if you want.
Do you think they did that deliberately so people could access it?
Yeah, they were very clear about that. I was in the blog
Oh,
post
okay.
about it. Jagex, especially for old school RuneScape, is very clear in the communication because they all of the updates they do pass through a vote, and 75% of the players has to agree before they actually put in the updates, which you can imagine means a lot of things get cancelled. But it's a very weird democratic form of game design that sort of works out for them. It's interesting. It's very very weird.
You're starting to sell me on this, actually.
It has some famous consequences. For like one time they tried to pull adding in universe advertisements like let's say Coca-Cola bottle, and the poll system completely obliterated that because like 75% of the people had to agree. I think it didn't even reach 10%. People were like, hell no with that kind of bullshit. So it
Product
actively
placement.
safeguards their game against shitification because they have to pull it. And the second they stop pulling it, the game is actually crazy enough to just quit en masse because they have done that before.
I mean, they created old school RuneScape because isn't that what was happening? People were just like not happy.
Yeah, they quit
So-
over the combat system rework that they did in 2012 or 13, alongside a slew of other changes they did, like changing the PvP area in the game because there was like a free PvP area that they restricted because a lot of it was used by scammers and botters, and so they kind of just disabled it, and people obviously didn't like that.
Gosh.
Oh yeah, people really hated that.
Yeah, that was
Especially
they actually
because
lost 50% of their player base then.
especially because the replacement they offered was just awful.
Yeah,
Period. Like so, to not to go too long on this, but like, they had like an area called the Wilderness where essentially it was a free for all. Players could attack other players, like within certain limits. Like depending on how deep you were in there would depend on like how much of a difference in power you could have between someone you're attacking or not. Um, when they removed the player versus player aspect of it, they replaced that danger with these like revenant enemies that were
Ghost.
essentially meant to fight like players, in the sense that they were meant to be extremely dangerous and tough to kill compared to normal monsters,
Okay.
and they would scale to your character. But it just made the whole idea just made it even less desirable to enter the wilderness.
It was very
And
artificial, and like the
Yeah.
Revenants were on a set patrol route, so if you knew where they tended to walk around, you could evade them easily.
See,
And
that
actually,
I
fighting
didn't
them
know.
was boring because they weren't designed to fight like players, so they used poison special attacks and they started eating foods to heal up, and they used the game has a prayer system which has overhead sprays, which means if you put protect melee on, you get a 100% damage reduction for all melee attacks. The same goes for ranged and magic and all the other combat styles. So they use those as well, and bypassing that is a hassle. And when a player is doing that, it's a contest of skill. When an NPC is doing that, it's boring.
That's actually an interesting segue to something I wanted to talk about with the whole what was it called, Revenants or whatever, or
Revenants,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
So that brings me to Stalker 2. So because I've been playing obviously Stalker 2. That's probably my favorite game series. And one of the biggest things about the original Stalker series was specifically that the enemies and allies, but the people in the world were kind of like living. They would go on patrol routes. You know, I've said it before, like, hey, escort me here. I need to get to this station. And you say no and do a couple side quests. You come back thinking, okay, now I'm ready. No, that guy's left. He's not waiting for you. He needs to get there. And then you might find him at the station because he made it, or you might find his body in the middle, or he might be fighting in the halfway in between, and you can kind of like bump into him. And that's the whole thing about making it feel like a living world. So it was really interesting when you were mentioning RuneScape. I was like, yeah, that kind of like the whole vibe. And that's actually something that, oh yeah, Neo 2, but the Neo 2 Remnants were more of you summoned them. But yeah, I'll get back to that. But in the first game, they had a system called A Life in Stalker 2, which handled all of that, which meant the NPCs outside of your range are alive and doing things. They're not loaded in the game. The game itself is like factoring, okay, this person is going to go here. They're going to go here. And it's like doing like almost like dice rolls behind the scene. It's very similar to my DM style, which is why I kind of am very, very keen and like really have high praise for Stalker, because that really molded the way I like to do things. To generate that same feeling. The second game doesn't really have that right now.
Yeah, I heard they had some issues with it and had to shelve it for the release.
Yeah, so essentially, what it does now, and it's been made better, obviously, by mods. Mods have helped. But what it does now is spawns enemies around you, or allies, or, you know, spawns events around you within a certain radius. So it's almost kind of random. So, you know, you talk to, you know, John Stalker, and he's like leaves your view range. John Stalker is then just gone. And you'll see another John Stalker, but he's like a different dude. He's completely different. He doesn't have the same loot. He doesn't have like the pack of cigarettes you sold him in the beginning of the game to get a few extra, you know, bucks, you know, things like that. And so it feels a lot like a Far Cry game or one of those games where it's kind of like,
that's like Fallout 3 had a system like that. What with random encounters, and it just the AI, well, the director or game director, whatever, picked from a random list of encounters while you were traveling, and it just spawned it around you, and then you found like random merchants or something like that.
Isn't that just how like Skyrim and all the other games surrounding that engine work? Like the Radiant AI and everything?
I know Bethesda does it a lot. New Vegas didn't do it, but most older Bethesda games, yeah.
they tend to kind of do that Radiant system, which, I mean, it's cool, and then until you figure it out, and then you start to see some of the same, and it doesn't.
Yeah, you can start making a bingo map and a bingo chart, and then just go, oh, yep, got that one.
Yeah, it's different than like with Stalker. Like I was playing Stalker, and I was actually explaining. I think I was playing it with Artie and a couple others. So I know the start of the first game so well that I immediately went to an area that I knew that there were bandits. I killed all the bandits very quickly because again I knew kind of like because some of the starts are they start kind of similar. You can have completely randomized. There's a ton of like modifiers in the options, but you know I went in there, killed the bandits, got a bunch of loot, got a quick head start. Was like, all right, cool, I'm in a good spot. Go to the next map, and suddenly I'm being swarmed by mutant dogs. And I'm like, what the heck is going on? Then I start thinking about it. I'm like, I'm dumb. This patrol of bandits, this like 6 or so bandits that I, you know, like was guerrilla warfare down over the course of like an hour or so. This group travels this route and they start clearing out these dogs. And then they set up kind of camp in that area. Now that there's not those guys there, which then also draws the other faction out to fight them, who also fight the dogs. Now the mutants are basically free reign. And I'm like, oh, yeah, that right. That makes actual sense. And those kind of consequences and how they kind of work out, like, feels so fun to me. It's just really cool. And there's not, there's not in the escort mission RC was watching where I kept dying to that one. That was the one. I kept dying to those mutants. So I had to. So the way I solved it was there was another group of guys like, hey, we need escort. So I got them to come with me. And then I went the route where the dogs and mutants were, and they helped me fight the dogs and mutants. And I lost one of the dudes. He got killed by a mutant, but it wasn't me. So I didn't care. And then the other guy got to the place he wanted to, and I still got paid. So it was really cool. Like that, those kind of interactions, you don't really see those in games. And that's kind of like the unique appeal of Stalker, where if someone sees it, they're like, oh, this is just Fallout or something. And it's like, well, there's more to it. And it's that is hard to explain without actually having to sit down and explain it like this. And most people really don't have the time to like, oh, okay, no, it's just Fallout. It's like, what? Explain it to me in 2 words. Like, no, you have to actually kind of explain the scenarios, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. So it's a shame that the second game doesn't have that in its full-fledged version yet. Though I thought I did see a post that claimed that the developers were going to do that eventually.
Yes.
When they got the time to fix it and figure it out. Because at the moment, we do have to cut them some slack because they are in an active war zone.
Yes.
Like
no, yeah.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Yeah, the company is they are stationed or based in the Ukraine. So they and the story takes place in obviously Chernobyl, which is in the Ukraine as well. So you got to cut them some slack. The game still is solid. Mods they've had mod support from the beginning. Been really open about respecting the community, and there's been a lot of mods and a lot of things that have come out to kind of alleviate like a band-aid patch. Like for example, the range that enemies spawned was very close, and then they were laser focused on you. So now there's mods that basically expand the range and then also make it so it's harder for them to see you at first. So they end up fighting each other or patrolling, so it feels a bit more natural. So it does give that illusion that it doesn't feel as bad. So it's cool. I am enjoying. I have a blast with it. It still feels stalkery. I'm still counting my bullets. I'm still like, I don't think I want to shoot this guy because I only have 30 bullets left and I might need that. So I'm gonna try to like avoid him. You know, that feeling of always like every gun trigger pull feels like I'm using up resources. I'm constantly trying to survive. So while I'm not really eating food and drinking, there is kind of like a hunger thing that makes you like lose stamina if you're hungry. It does feel like the quintessential like survival, but like in the sense of surviving through it. So I just kind of wish there was like a multiplayer Stalker. That would be so good.
Oh, that would be amazing.
It would be so fun, but I'm not sure how they could pull it off because of how the A-Life system. It would just probably end up turning in like a Far Cry game. So
Yeah, or you need to really start thinking about the AI direction for the NPCs in RTS terms. Like have it really maneuver based on what the enemy units are doing, which are the players then. But that might get very complicated very quickly.
yeah, and it's already shown that the A-Life system or the Band-Aid patches where they've upped the spawns has hindered a lot of performance. So because there's so many calculations going on, so some people struggle and chug through. So yeah, that could be now imagine like 4 players playing and they're in different areas and there's all those calculations going. So there's a thing to be said for that. Somebody has made a mod for the original OG games that is multiplayer, and I'm planning on looking into that at some point because I do want to try that. And there is games that are similar to Stalker that have come out that almost are identical that have multiplayer, but they have forced PvP, and it's just like you spawn the moment you get out of the safe zone. You have like fully spec'd spiked snipers with exosuits just waiting to kill you. So it's kind of rough.
Yeah.
So, but again, that's just how things are with that. So, but yeah, I've been enjoying. That's one of the games I've been playing this month here. So, and one of the things I've been doing. I do want to shoot it off to Jordan since we've kind of like you've been quiet over there. We're probably talking about things you have no clue about or whatever. Anything
I know of the Stalker series and stuff like that too. So I there are several YouTubers and stuff like that I know that have brought it up, and I think I've mentioned to you I've actually played the I don't want to call it the miniature game version of Stalker, but I've played a game called Zona Alpha, which is done by Osprey Games. That's based on the same source material that Stalker's based on, which is the novel Roadside Picnic.
Yeah, Roadside Picnic. Yeah.
So I have done that kind of stuff. So I am familiar with what you are discussing. So I'm not entirely in the dark.
Gotcha. Anything that you've been kind of doing this month, something that you want to bring up that maybe we might know about or that you're interested?
I've basically I'm trying to get through my as we would put it, my pile of shame. In miniature terms, that's basically the unpainted mountain of models that we have sitting on the side. So I've been trying to get through. I have a game called By Fire and Sword, which is the Polish Renaissance Wars of the Polish Renaissance 15 millimeter game. They just came out with the second edition of that, so I'm trying to get all of my miniatures painted to that, so I can actually like go to tournaments and stuff like that.
Nice.
Particularly Historicon, the big convention for historical miniature wargaming that's held in Gettysburg. So that's a thing I've been doing there. I've also been playing. It's called Judgment. It's it's based on the Yakuza engine. It's Sega's. It's a game by Sega, so it is basically the Yakuza series taking place in the same district of Tokyo. But in this one, you're playing an entirely different character who's a detective rather than a member of the Yakuza. And I've been enjoying that game. Kind of playing that when I'm at my house. So that's basically what I've been.
Isn't that like a remake of the original? Like,
so the original, so they've actually re-released or done remasters of most of the original Yakuza games that came out on the PlayStation, and they also did a prequel, which is Yakuza 0. And then they're doing now the Like a Dragon series, so they finally decided to kind of not do that, get away from that main character who they've been using, like for 7 games. So, but Judgment was one of the side games they kind of created using the engine and trying to do a different, entirely different cast of characters and an entirely different storyline and stuff like that. So I've been enjoying it. those games are really fun, and the thousands of mini games that they have throughout them really is fantastic. But yeah, that's basically what I've been doing: painting miniatures and just playing Yakuza or the Judgment games. So it's really been kind of a boring month.
Yeah, and there's the character, the Kiryu in the Judgment game, of course. Yeah,
I haven't encountered him yet, actually, in Judgment. So
I love the Yakuza games. They're phenomenal. I don't know if Mega and Frax, you're familiar with them.
I watched a friend play one or two of them, and I saw gameplay for the new one that basically just looks like DMC style combat, and I'm like, maybe I should get this.
It is fun. Go ahead, Jordan.
Yeah, so the old ones going from to about Like a Dragon. So basically the 0 through 7, and Judgment is also like that. Have a beat 'em up system with combos. So it basically has kind of that martial art aspect. There's random encounters in it. The storylines are amazing. I just want to start with that one. They are incredible. They're very much in the tone of, like, kung fu style movies and that kind of stuff. But they also have aspects where, like, you can go into most of the shops that are in this one main center of Tokyo. There's mini games, of course. There's like the Mahjong parlors. There's Sega, of course, is the sponsor of it. So there's 2 arcades, and they all have old Sega games in them. So, like, I'm playing Virtual Fighter in playing, the Yakuza. So I'm playing a game in a game. I think my favorite one is the one that's always in there that you have to try to get a high score on for an achievement is Outrun. So
we're going back with that one.
Oh yeah. And they have a crane game and stuff like that, but then they also have like golf and bowling and batting cages and just Taiwanese style mahjong, and there's always a casino with multiple types of card games in that too.
Yeah.
And yeah, it actually has like an RPG aspect where you can actually get side points from doing all this stuff to build up your combo moves and your strength and stuff like that. So yeah, it's a very, very interesting, in-depth kind of system with a lot of different side content. And it's always really hard balancing, do you want to do the side content or do you want to focus on the main story? And like the other, I think, cool parts of them too is like in the main story, it will switch between night and day, and certain things aren't open during the day where they would be at night. So like there's certain mini games you can't do at certain points of the story because the shop isn't open.
Yeah,
that makes sense. I like
Yeah,
that.
yeah, and I always recommend to people to give them a try. And now the new ones are they're based kind of in a tactical kind of game sense where you have the multiple characters and you move them around, kind of a tactics map when you do the combats versus the old style beat 'em up aspect of it. I haven't really gotten to a lot of those because I'm doing this one and I have to Yakuza 4 is the next one I have to get to. There's many of them, so going through them is taking some time, but eventually I'll get there.
Yeah, I believe like a Dragon to them is kind of like a turn-based RPG.
Yeah,
you have 4 party members. You walk around the map normally, but then when you get into fights, they kind of line up and take turns beating each other up, and it's amazing because the classes are stupid. They're just like newspaper reporter and delivery man, and they have like powers based off of that. So there's a reason why the Yakuza games sell a lot and they're gone through so many, like they're like on Yakuza, like there's like 15, 20 titles.
Well, Like a Dragon, they stopped doing the numbers, so
another draw of the series that I don't know if you guys really touched upon is the tone of the entire thing.
Oh yeah, it's all goofy.
Yeah, it's all.
It is incredible. It is the Japanese special brand of insanity.
Yeah. Oh, except for when it gets to the super serious moments, because it has those too. Like it suddenly goes, hey, we're doing this goofy zany thing where this guy gets hit with a giant, Donkey Kong hammer into a wall and somehow lives, but then the child of an ex-girlfriend suddenly gets shot in the most overly dramatic scene possible with the crying statue. So it reminds me more of like a Mexican soap opera than anything else, where it's just like, what is the tone?
Yeah. The best part is like how they blend it together too. Like I think I remember watching my friend go through a scene where he was essentially trying to contact a girl for a date to get information on someone else. And he was like struggling through the whole process of like figuring out like, okay, where do I go for a date and all of this. Because he just doesn't have like the normal social skills of a regular member of society to like understand like, okay, would you prefer this or
Yeah.
But you actually do play through the whole date and everything.
Yeah.
There's
and different girls like different objects. You can go and buy them from the fancy item store. Like some of them are into the cutesy rings and some of them are into the more posh rings. And you have to know what the girl likes and her interests. So like you actually have to talk to them.
I think one of my favorite things though recently is that Coco Kiru, or well, Kei Sanachi is now excuse me, the obvious open secret, was a huge fan of the actual series, and she's actually now one of the girls in the one of the latest games.
Yeah.
So you can actually romance her and everything, and she's voiced the game and everything, which is, I mean, her whole persona was based. It was Coco Kiru. It was named after Kiru. So she was basically a huge fan of the series, and due to her popularity, becoming a VTuber and all that, she got a chance to actually work for the company and be a part of the game, which is really cool. I actually really enjoyed that.
The one of my favorites was I don't know what your gentleman's takes on that one, but I'm a pro wrestling fan, and they had one where you were trying to save a construction company that was being attacked by this other mafia, and they would send mercenaries, and almost all of them were like legendary Japanese wrestlers masquerading as other Yakuza bosses, and they got their faces and voices and everything too to do it.
That's awesome. I just sent Artsy a trailer of something relevant to this. I don't know if any of you have heard American Showa Story. No?
Not really, no.
Okay, so it is the next game, not in the Yakuza series, but it's in, I don't know if it's the same people, but it's basically kind of this Yakuza style game that takes place in America as if like Japan took over. So it has the Yakuza style humor, but it's in the US. So it's like Japanese cowboys and zombies and all sorts of really crazy things. The trailer is a fever dream. But you'll see like caricatures of like, so like the American president is like a huge fan of anime and all this. It's like it's all sorts of like, it's like it's 6 o'clock. He's watching anime. He's not in the office. So, and it's like it's like a game. Yeah, like you can see like the samurai getting cut right in front of Mount Rushmore there. Yeah, it is wild. It looks like a beat 'em up style Devil May Cry. Mixed with I forgot that zombie game where you're in the mall and it was like timers. What's that?
Dead Rising.
Dead Rising. It feels like that too.
How did you get that? I was thinking like, well, that does not narrow it down.
No, because the timers and
Dead Rising has a very specific tone to it.
Yeah.
Which was also once again all over the place, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're
this kind of feels
mulling
like
down. It's like mulling down zombies, trying to save your daughter from being zombified while wearing a Mega Man helmet and like
riding a lawnmower.
Riding a lawnmower. Yeah. Well,
interesting.
Yeah, this has that same vibe, but it also feels like a Yakuza game. It just feels like, yeah, it's nutty. As you can see by the trailer, as the trailer's starting to hype up now. The music is like this old, like it's like a old Showa style, so it's like very dramatic, old school Japanese style of storytelling that's mixed with like the Wild West. So
Interesting.
I'm super excited for that because it is nuts. So yeah, there's Neo Tokyo 4. So there's like a bunch of Tokyo. Yeah, it's
that has big Super Earth vibes, not gonna lie.
yeah,
Well,
if oh, go ahead.
I was just thinking like this just can't be. Isn't there a what series or whatever? I swear there was something that like mentioned a new Neo Tokyo. Like
A lot of
unless
animes.
not but like specifically named that, unless that is a lot of animes.
Oh yeah,
Probably, yeah.
Is it?
there's
Oh yeah.
That's goofy.
Neo is one of the buzzwords that anime media loves to put in their titles.
Yeah, but Neo is new, so like Neo Tokyo is
it's
redundant.
like new. Yeah, it's like chai tea.
That
like
might be the joke, honestly.
New York.
Yeah, New York.
Wouldn't that be like York squared?
That's what it is in Futurama. New York.
And they have Madison Cube Garden as well, don't they?
Yep.
It's
That's so silly.
Futurama's another one of, hey, it's a funny tone, and then you have the episode with the dog.
Oh, God, yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry, I've just ruined a bunch of people's day now.
I don't think I've seen the episode yet, but I can just imagine the tone. So
It's based off of the Japanese dog that waited for its owner after he passed away.
oh, I know that story. I don't want to hear about that again.
Yeah, it's basically
Too
that.
bad.
Sorry. So yeah.
But now you can see it in cartoon form.
Yes.
Yeah. Does that mean it's funnier? No. No, not at all.
No, it makes it worse somewhat.
Oh, hydrate.
Uh-uh.
I see Corin as Dr. Pepper, and I realize it's already a hydrate. But yeah, that's cool. So yeah, definitely the Yakuza series is just nuts. So, also one of the things we've been talking about, Jordan, and unfortunately we don't have Mal here because Mal had to do his finale and was busy today. But Shadow of the Weird Wizard.
Yes. I've been kind of getting into that one now. I've read through all the books of it. More and more of the content's getting released. It is I think we talked about it briefly last time. It is the newer version of Shadow of the Demon Lord that was done by Robert Schwab. That is the more, we can actually play this in public. So it doesn't have, it doesn't have a lot of the horror aspects that Shadow of the Demon Lord did. So it's actually more appropriate for other things. And I've kind of been building up a campaign to do based on some of the material that's been released for it at this point in time. So I believe Pedro's trying to use this to segue into the next topic.
Yeah, which maybe am I? I was gonna say I wanted to actually see at some point getting some of us to do a campaign or a one shot or something and just try it out. Maybe even talk to Mal and see if some of his people, because I know we had spoken briefly, Mal on the podcast, or was brought up about doing something together. And I think this might be really cool, kind of like a, hey, we'll spend a Saturday or we'll spend a Sunday or whatever day pops up, and play some of this. Make some characters, do a little bit of a campaign, and it's something different, something that's not 5e or Pathfinder, which right now are obviously the two bigger, more popular. Nothing wrong with that, of course, but we do already Pathfinder on Tuesdays, so and then everybody and their grandmother plays 5e, so something different.
I wish my grandmother did. That would be hilarious.
So If I'll talk more in detail in the server and whatnot, but definitely, I've played in games that Jordan has DM'd, so he's a DM. It's a thing that exists. Another person other than me that can run and I can play, which is always cool.
What?
So
Yeah.
You mean you're allowed to play the game every now and then?
Well, I already do. I have Splat and Mega here, who are fantastic DMs, and I love their games
True.
to death. So, but it's also just a reason to play something different and try something new. So, yeah, maybe we'll stream it. Maybe we'll not. Who knows? But that's something definitely to look forward to. I just wanted to bring that up to kind of give you a bit of a plug and get that in people's minds.
Alrighty.
And hopefully we'll talk to Mal and kind of get him involved, because he definitely is one of the few people that I see playing Shadow of the Demon Lord quite consistently, and really entertaining content. So definitely check him out. I don't know if we could do a shout out for him for Maladin as well in chat, but yeah. All
Thanks,
right.
Archie.
Thank you, Archie. You are the best. Not that I'm biased or anything. Anyway, let's see what I got in the docket here. Anyone else has anything that they've been playing? I know some of you have been looking into your like lists here of things that we've been doing. I'll spend a few more minutes before we jump into the main topic. I know we were talking not Pathfinder, Pillars of Eternity too, but we spoke a bit about that.
Oh, also it's true. We had a little return to Vermintide too.
Oh, that's right.
Kind of an old game by now, but it's still alive and kicking. It's still good. So yeah, it's actually getting another content update soonish. Kind of a surprise drop by the developers.
That's cool.
And it recently got the long-awaited Versus updates, like the PvP game mode. I haven't tried it myself yet because I'm not that much of a PvP guy, but the concept is interesting at least. It's like a team of players gets to play the enemy rats, like the sneak attack guys and the Gatling guns and that kind of stuff. They have to try to stop the heroes.
There was that like Left 4 Dead had that where you can do the
Yeah,
can do
it's very much like that.
That's cool. That was always kind of fun to play with friends, just to mess around.
Yeah, Vermintide is pretty good for that because it's another of the full dipshit genre. Well, five in this case, but
Yeah, and
yeah,
it has like some semi RPG where you're like leveling your character and getting like what you call it? Like, yeah, right there. Yeah. Well, no, that's the missions, but you have like skill trees and whatnot. So
yeah.
But yeah, like so yeah, Left 4 Dead and this have a lot of the versus modes, so that's cool. But yeah, that's cool that you guys got back into it. I might hop in at some point.
I mean, it's finally a game where I can go back in my day about it. Because usually I'm the person that picked up the game last. But this time I actually played this game like when it released in 2015. I actually
Get
got
ready for a whole
time on it.
Get ready for a lot of that, by the way. As you
Okay.
get older,
Yeah.
that's just going to happen a lot more.
Back in my day, we used to play. Back in my day, we used to play. What's the game that hasn't come out?
The game tubes.
I remember when I used to play
ball in
GTA 6.
Oh.
Ball and stick. There was a ball and a stick.
And we played it butt ways uphill in the snow.
Back in my day, I used to take over the entirety of the Mediterranean and have an empire that spanned the entire known world.
Ratsy has a question.
Created roads and what?
What?
Ratsy has a question for us.
Oh
Question
my
for
god,
everyone.
my
What's the
segue
first
got
game you ever
broken.
played?
Ooh.
I actually know
Um,
mine, like right off the top of my head.
I think it's gonna be Sonic, the first Sonic, when I got just the Sega Genesis when I was a kid. I think the first or second Sonic.
I
My
think
first
my first serious game might actually be Age of Empires 1.
my first game was Pokemon Crystal for the Game Boy Color,
Oh,
and
hell
I
yeah.
believe I still have it somewhere. Like the
Really?
actual like cartridge that I first got when I
Oh,
was like 6 years old.
Does it still
jeez.
work?
It might not be able to save data, but yeah,
Huh. Still cool.
I've
My
actually
first,
replaced battery. Go ahead.
yeah, my first game, I can remember. My first PC game was we got a PC and it came with a pack of 6 games, and it was King's Quest 7. And my first actual game was the Christmas of 1989. I got the combo pack of the Mario Duck Hunt with my Super Nintendo and our giant wood panel TV.
Hell
And
yeah.
Nice.
so light gun and everything. So that Duck Hunt, I believe, was the first game because I really wanted to try out the light gun.
Nice. Archie, don't even worry because we're going back in my day. There's no chance you're gonna find these quick enough. I know my first my first, hey, I'm buying this game. It's my own paycheck, and this is the first game I got, and this is mine type of feeling was a PC game. And that was Shogun Total War 1. That was mine because I do love the Total War games, and I have bought every single Total War game since on release. It's
Nice.
even if I don't like the game, it's kind of like nostalgia. Like it brings me back to that same feeling. It's kind of like my guilty pleasure. I know I talked to Aztec about the Total War games. Oh my god, she caught up to me. Holy crap, she's learning. I'm scared. No, she's amazing. Thank you. But yes, that was one of my first games. I really loved the mix of like board game, tactical, and going into the whole real time. And Jordan, you know a lot about that because I know me and you sometimes have some free time, and I've seen you play some of the Total War games. So
Yep. Medieval 2 was mine. I even when I was in college played with a friend because we got the mod for it that made it into the original Game of Thrones mod for that one. So
oh, that one was good. I like the Game of Thrones mod was good for that one. The Lord of the Rings mod for that is fantastic. Um, so yeah. So Medieval Total War 2. Yep, that one is the second one that went 3D because the first one was the Rome. But yeah, so it was Shogun Total War, which was the one that I had that was shown before. Then it was Medieval Total War, which was also like a board game style. So basically, it plays like Risk. You have zones, and then you can move from the next zone and make armies. Then it went Rome, which was 3D, which you're moving on a 3D map. Then it went to the one that was showing, which was Medieval. And then of course, we can go on for hundreds of other games. But yeah, Rome was another game that I really, really fucking loved.
Yeah, I
And
blame Rome for mine as well.
uh,
Yes.
speaking of Rome,
Oh.
another game I've jumped into that's on screen is
Oh.
Expeditions Realm. It is the Baldur's Gate of Roman games.
Little Dark Souls.
The Dark Souls. It is the Baldur's Gate 3 of Roman games. It is a kind of a CRPG that's based off of the Roman times. It is a kind of the expedition style of games. They've made Expedition New World or whatever it's called, Conquistador, where you played conquistadors and you stabbed other conquistadors in the back and fought with natives because that's fun. Then they went Vikings, and now the one I've been playing is Rome. This game is fantastic because the first game was rough. It was fun but rough. The second game learned from it. This game is really good. Tons of like really interesting characters, a lot of interesting concepts. In fact, this ties into Pillars of no, was it Path of Exile 2? Because it does like Path of Exile 2, where like your weapons have skills. So you're leveling up your character, but then the weapons you use have like random skills attached to them. So you might get like a Gladius that has like a really powerful like stab, and then another like defensive stab. And so that's really good, but you could use it when you have a shield. So that's good for like your sword and shield guy. But then you get another sword that has like a double stab for dual wielding, and it's good for your gladiator, your light infantry that likes to use two weapons. So you kind of build around the weapons you get and the skills that you can get from the classes. It has a morale system, so as you're doing damage and defeating enemies, they lose morale, they might run away. And it also just has a full-on like controlling a legion, feeding it, and having full-on battles. Now it's not like Total War; it's like top-down with icons, but they also just slapped that on there as well. And I got a recent update this month, November's, which is why it's relevant and why I started playing it again. Even though it's like 2 or 3 years old at this point. But yeah, visually it's great. The story, I've played the first 2 acts to completion. I've got to the 3rd act and I had stopped there. The first 2 acts are amazing. And the choices you have feel like actual choices. You know, you're actually, depending on how you proceed with the game. I think it's like Pathos, Logos, and Strategos or something. They're like 3 different styles of answers and whatnot, and different your different Praetorians, your different Legionnaires respond differently to things. So, like literally the first 10 minutes of the game, you're on a boat, you get ran by another boat because
you want a boat. You want a boat.
On a boat. Oh, that song's in my head now. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You get ran by another like is like a trireme, whatever it's called. They board your ship, so you have like boat to boat combat. You fight, you win, and immediately you're like, wait, it's suspicious because the captain was really like looking to the horizon and was taking his sweet time, almost like he was leading you into a trap. So you have the choice. You could just basically be like, you're a traitor and you execute him in the name of Rome, or you could believe him. And like one companion is totally like, no, leave him alive. Another one's like, no, kill him. Which of course it's the gladiator dude. He's always all about like decisiveness. So it's cool. And yes, you can romance Cleopatra. So that's the thing you can do. Because the companions can be romanced. So again, Baldur's Gate 3 of Roman CRPGs. So yeah, fantastic game. I really like it. I'm glad I got back into it again because I'm like, man, I never really finished it because other things came out. In particular, I think Baldur's Gate 3. So that stopped me from playing this for a bit, but I'm gonna play it to completion. It's kind of my downtime game because it's turn-based. I can play it in certain places that require me to not always be at the computer when people ask questions or if I have Mr. Bucket up. Jordan knows exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's been my go-to for this month for my like solo game. I think we're good to take a quick break and then we'll jump into the topic of session 1. I know we went a lot with news and whatnot, but we're known to do that and talk a bunch. So we'll take a quick 10. We'll jump into our main topic and we'll finish up with that and some quick shout outs at the end, and then we'll rate someone and call it a day.
We'll call it a draw.
Yes.
Wait.
What if I want to explode?
It's a game.
I know, but what if I want to?
Oh, I'm die. Thank you forever.
I'm died. Thank you forever. I kind of want to get Corey to play that. Hi, everybody. And yes, we're talking about Keep Talking, Everyone Explodes.
Yeah.
And then just do the Italian redeem randomly in the middle of it so she can't talk in English.
That and yes, Dark Overlords.
Oh my god.
Because that game is the funniest nonsense. And for the people that don't know about it, it's basically a sort of role-playing game, but you have cards that you get randomly draw, and one person is the Dark Overlord, and you basically are the minions that have to explain why the fuck up happened, and you need to try to blame each other for it. And then you can play the cards like, for example, you can have a card that says, "This guy is not telling the whole truth." And then you can start saying why he is lying, and like try to really make the Dark Overlord execute that guy. It's funny as hell.
Speaking of exploding, I'm planning to explode on stream right now.
Is that going to get him demonetized?
In game. Jeez. I like how that's what Jordan comes back to. Said, give me a sec.
We need to give Artsy a second. So let's start counting. 1. Okay, that's it.
She's gonna come back here and slap you.
I'm used to it. There exists a picture of several people beating me up with various objects, one of which being my own fucking drink bottle.
That's funny. I will be joining that picture hopefully next time that happens.
I want to be in it too.
I'm gonna grab a garbage can and just be like WWE. Just, oh my god, he broke him in half.
I'm just gonna bring one of my foam like replica weapons.
Yeah, I believe one of them was my metal drinking bottle. One of them was a pan, an inflatable Reinhardt hammer, an inflatable StarCraft's energy blades, and there was a fifth. What was a fifth?
Can't
Inflatable
inflate
Zerg?
energy blade, Frax. There's nothing but energy in it. There's no air.
Yeah, but you know, it was inflatable energy.
Inflatable energy. Okay. We need to move up.
Oh, I saw the end of all things. I saw
the end of time.
The infinite truth of the stream.
Yeah. So basically,
okay, go ahead.
basically what we're trying to do. I also wanted to test this out. I am trying to stream a little bit of this PoE 2. I found the boss in the world, and I just wanted to just fight it. Just to kind of show a little bit of gameplay, and then we'll start our topic. So we're just kind of testing things that we can do on stream. That's basically all that's happening.
Can it be?
What?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Do that. Did you try popping out the?
If you pop it out and share that window, that's how it usually works.
Welcome to Scuff.
It's not Scuff. We're learning.
You can have a little bit of Scuff
as a treat.
Oh, okay. All right. Never mind then. Ooh, that was cool.
Yeah.
We are streaming the stream to the stream.
In the stream.
It's a stream of streams.
Don't cross them.
The streamception.
Yeah, shame that doesn't work. We'll have to deal with only hearing Rain explode.
No, it's fine. I'll just don't. It's okay. All right. So moving on. First off, I do want to check something. Moving on. So our main topic for the month, and I know we've been having just a blast, just chatting, talking, and whatnot. But our main topic for the month is session 1, and the focus that I've think we've all been looking at is where it all begins. So session 1, we did a session 0, which is kind of like, you know, getting to know the players, and then we were talking about building the story, creating the characters. But session 1 is, I think, is really important. That is equivalent to like the first impression. So to equivalent that to a game would be like the first 15, 20 minutes, like the initial scenes, the first impressions that you get from a movie, maybe. I mean, I know a lot of us, if we see the first 5 minutes of the original Star Wars movie, I mean, for some of us who've seen it, which I think a lot of us being nerds here have seen it, it's very impressionable. You understand what's, you know, it's like, oh shit, it's like iconic. You know, so, and there's a lot of that. I mean, we goof and meme on Skyrim, but hey, you're awake. That the initial scene leaves an impression, and that's why it's such a meme, because it's, you know, it's just there, and it sticks in our mind. And I think that's an interesting aspect.
Yeah, the first bit of the game really has to establish what the game will be about. So as a DM, you need to kind of hit the notes of what do you want to accomplish with the story. Like, it's where the tone will be clear. Like, it's going to be lighthearted, it's going to be darker. That's all going to be there at the start, and it's also a good time to start, you know, slowly introducing what the players will be doing. Doesn't mean that you need to throw the big bad immediately, but like, are they being recruited by a guild, or are they going on a mission, or like what will they? That's all. That's all session 1 stuff, and of course your players meet each other. One of Skyrim's big strengths is that it puts you in this starting sequence that both explains a few basic concepts of the game, but also really establishes what the game is about. Like, it shows you the conflict between the Imperials and the Stormcloaks. It shows you the return of the dragons, and it shows you that you're weird, and you're gonna deal with all of that.
Mm.
And after that, yeah, Skyrim's story is not the best, but it actually has a really good intro for.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I think that's the thing with a lot of Bethesda games. Their stories are kind of okay-ish, not the best, but they do have memorable moments, which I really do enjoy. Almost all the beginnings of the Bethesda Elder Scroll games, they generally start off mostly the same, where you're in a prison or a prisoner. But I remember Morrowind waking up, and then there's the dude with that raspy voice. You know, Oblivion waking up, and you know, the Captain Picard telling you that you need to save the universe. You know, all that kind of crap. So, yeah, that's very important. That initial impression.
Fallout 4, when you start actually before the war, you get to see the nukes drop.
Oh yeah. Fallout 4 does a really good job of introduction, I think, because you get to see a little bit of the life before the war.
Fallout 4 has such a good intro to the story that they basically copied it for the series, like the TV series. They just did the exact same thing. They start in the pre-war live, and then you see them actually do it.
Anyone here have any game intro? Because we're going to go into, it's like you know, TTRPGs and whatever, but any kind of video game intros that kind of stuck with you guys? Just as a question out to all of you guys.
I'm trying to think because I
I've,
know
I've
there's.
mentioned mine for the most part. I'm going to leave it to the others for a bit.
I think one of my favorites was one of my favorite RPGs, the game Arcanum: Swords and Steel.
Yes.
And that one was you are basically it's a little intro movie that you're riding a zeppelin to the Imperial City, and orcs attack you in biplanes, and you basically are the only survivor of the blimp crash. And then just a guy comes up to you, and you can choose whether or not to believe him or not. But then that's just how the gives you kind of uh, uh, the beginning quest, and you think he's crazy, and that's just how the story evolves. But I always love that you basically wake up and you're somehow the only survivor of this blimp crash. I always liked that one.
Yeah, that one, the music and that feeling, that's another one that I remember. I still remember that intro. And then it doesn't again, this is going to be Path of Exile. It does a similar thing of Path of Exile where the characters you don't pick, you find them in the crash, which was like, oh, okay. That's the one character that I could have picked, and it kind of establishes because I remember being younger and trying it, and I'm like, I like this character, but this character I kind of like. I'm gonna go with this one, and then I find the one that I was kind of brooding over, and then I'm like, maybe I could have picked the other one, and so it was really interesting how it set that tone.
I do
So,
have one, although it's from an old game and it may not follow the same beats that we've been talking about so far.
Mhm.
It's an older JRPG. Uh,
what-
so a big game that I played a lot during my childhood was Kingdom Hearts 2, specifically 2.
mhm.
Okay. And 2 I actually played before I really like got into any of the other ones. So it was my first exposure to the story. And from a storytelling perspective, the intro to that was very engaging. Granted, it was really long. It was like 2 hours worth of gameplay, but um it's it gave you just enough context to want to know more without overloading you with exposition. Um it Long story short, you play as like separated aspects of the main character, Sora. And he doesn't know anything about himself, and he doesn't. But what ends up happening is like during this last week of summer vacation, he gets memories flooding back into him because someone else is trying to reconstruct those memories to bring Sora back together. Um, and as you go through your week, you find out through a bunch of like oddities and strange happenings that you kind of discover a glitch in the matrix. Like you find out that you have been thrown into a simulation, that your life isn't real. Like, well, his life isn't real.
Like chat.
What's that?
Wow.
And like chat. Chat is real.
Like, chat is this? Okay, anyway.
Yeah.
Um, it culminates with you finding out that you have a very, very different origin from what you were given to believe at the beginning. Like well, I say you, but again, it's the playable character, Roxas. You find out that you were a member of an organization, like a dark organization designed to essentially take over the worlds. Um, but due to some unknown circumstances, you defected and tried to leave and then come back and take them on. So if it's not you, is it me? Okay.
So Kingdom Hearts, I've never played Kingdom Hearts. So basically, what you're telling me is that Kingdom Hearts 2 is Total Recall.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Okay, remind me what Total Recall is, because I feel
the
like
the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie with you get your ass to Mars.
Yes,
I
the one
haven't
that
seen it. I can't
if you
fully.
watch Total Recall, we need to do that. We need to get you to watch Total Recall. You will be like, oh, yeah, this is just Kingdom Hearts.
But I've
with
seen other
Arnold
games do
Schwarzenegger.
that. But I've seen other games do that where they like,
Yeah.
well, not specifically games, but like stories in general, where they'll give you the exposition backwards, sort of, and
Right.
without full context.
Yeah.
And I've always found that more interesting and engaging for me because it's a bit like unraveling a mystery because
Yeah.
you're given a lot of these things that don't make sense to you at first. But then as you continue to go through the narrative, you start putting the pieces in place, and by the end, you have a framework for the story at large. That's something that I've taken inspiration from and I put into a lot of my games actually, especially with the first session.
Cool. All right. It looks like we got the stream working. So I do want to kind of bring us in. Yeah, can we see? We can see.
Yeah.
All right.
100%
So
off.
See, so you're about to blow up, right?
yeah, one of the things I wanted to kind of show is the microtransaction shop. Real quick. So I bought early access. I got 600 coins for buying early access, right? This full outfit is 420 coins. So like it gives me enough for the early access where I can actually, and they also gave me an outfit too. So I could actually buy outfits like this really creepy spider backpack thing. And then they also do have like the tabs and whatnot. And I think they're super stash tabs. They're like 40, 15. They're like super cheap for the things you can buy. So realistically, you're not going to be spending. I have the full stash because again, when you buy it, they give me the full thing because I bought the tier above. So I bought the $60 one. So I don't need to spend anything else. I basically have enough points and I can buy an outfit and then I can support the game as much as I want. So I personally think totally fair, in my opinion. Especially when you got like these armors that look really cool with like moving parts and stuff for the cosmetics. That's where they get most of their money from. So figured I'd bring that up. But yes, I'm going to go die.
What?
I'm going to try to. Oh wait, yeah. But you guys can keep talking while I'm in the background finding the boss because I waited too long and now the boss reset. So.
Oh my God. Or is he telling you to show the wings?
I could show the wings. It's not now. So a big thing too, for example, first impressions I'm going to talk about in this game, and as well as the first impressions that I had for Diablo 4, for example. Diablo 4 has a really good like opening, and it has a really great first impression and trailer. Blizzard is really good about handling their trailers, their presentation. Almost all their games have just really fantastic and like memorable moments.
Yeah, for Diablo especially, they have the whole intro with the wolf that will play a central role in the rest of the story, voiced by a very, very cool voice actor. So that really sets the tone and the scene for the game, especially after then it guides you through the snowy wasteland to this small, shitty town. Like yeah. Then you go into your first dungeon, you get attacked by demons, and it does the job of setting the tone of the game very well. And that's ultimately the most important thing, I feel.
And they do that a lot. They do that a lot with their games of setting really good tone because, like, I mean, honestly, the first Overwatch trailer when it first came out was a fantastic introduction to the game and left me a really good impression of the game.
Yeah, that's one of the big differences between Overwatch's launch and Concord's. For Overwatch, they spent several months hyping everyone up, like putting in
Here's
these
the boss.
actor trailers where you could see like Trace from Widowmaker, and you see Reaper doing his shadowy shit, and there was the one with the assassination on that Omnic leader where you got Trace from Widowmaker fights. Like they really got some basic interactions of the characters that were supposed to be the faces, like on the screen in very high effort, cool trailers that told a little bit about the world already. Like, why are there robots protesting? Why is there a robot in Tibetan monk outfits? Why is a guy important enough to get shot? So
That's the trailer. I forgot the name of it. The one with Widowmaker.
yeah,
Yeah, that one was really good.
When I was a girl, I was afraid of spiders.
Very fantastic.
They really went over the top with the Fran Jackson on that one, but that that gives it character. Like Widowmaker is a beloved character because she's got a very big silhouettes, which is important for the game on its own, but also just to make the character recognizable.
MZ Spy. Sorry.
Also, I didn't die. So
I have another French infiltration character in a shooter, like a team shooter.
I've realized recently that I'm a huge fan of Widowmaker. I don't know why. I think it's
She's really cool. Her design is amazing. But honestly, most of the OG cast of Overwatch has really good designs.
Yeah, it showed a lot of promise when they first revealed like the first batch of characters. It just didn't.
The first game was good. I mean, I liked it for what it was. You know, it wasn't exactly a game that I spent a lot of time on. I would have preferred like a co-op hero shooter type thing, but
yeah, but it's for me. It was I'm not a big PvP guy, but even then, I played hundreds of hours of Overwatch because the gameplay was really good. The characters were good. I enjoyed the maps and it was PvP, but it didn't feel like the usual PvP thing where often you run around the corner and you get hit by a camper or something. It was very objective based as well, way more than I feel many other shooters were like.
Well, I mean, they had very defined roles, which changed how everything played. And I think
they're also from the start, but in the beginning they weren't enforced. I did prefer role queue once they introduced that. Because it also meant I'm a support and tank player, so I never got stuck in DPS queue. It just means that I got extra rewards out of it, and I always got teamed with a team that actually was balanced. But so far, it's just no other PvP game that allowed me to play a DJ that can skate on walls and use sonic waves to bump people into bottomless pits while healing them with the magic of music.
The thought that I was gonna mention as well is that so there are defined roles for the like the characters. You're not going to be tanking with Tracer.
No.
You could technically kind of if you're smart with the time, but I think the trailer did a fantastic job of showing you that. The original trailer, because it showed you like Widowmaker being really mobile and shooting and doing her thing. Tracer being that, Winston kind of just face tanking and being just a boss as always.
Yeah.
So Reaper being, him.
Being edgy and having shotguns.
He continued to be him.
He was him.
I believe he was registered as Himalayan.
Yeah.
100%.
100%. So yeah, that's a really good impression of trailers. An exact opposite is I don't know if any of you guys played is it Dead Island?
I don't know it.
I did briefly.
Dead Island has one of the most emotionally charged and like really good trailers. And then the gameplay was nothing like it. The trailer was like, oh my god, this is gonna be like a really emotional roller coaster. I'm gonna be a wreck. And then it's kind of like, oh yeah, I'm gonna grab this like ore and beat somebody with a plus like 4 strength ore, like rowing boat ore, and wearing a comical outfit and whatever, and it's like, okay, what happened here? So it was essentially kind of a like Borderlands. Imagine Borderlands where you don't have any guns. It's all melee weapons, and the only enemies you fight are zombies.
Well, there are guns. It's just if you use them, it actually attracts the zombies because there's actually a noise property.
Yeah,
If I remember correctly.
Yeah, so I mean, it was fine. It just wasn't what it wasn't what they were like showing in the trailer. So, but yeah, I beat the boss. Someone wanted to see the wings. I'll show off some of the microtransactions, and we can go into some of the things. But yeah, that game. Also, by the way, I'm going to scare some people off with this here.
The
I don't know
skill
if people
tree.
can. Yeah, I'm just scrolling through the skill tree. It's honestly not as bad as it looks. Especially because you can pick the stats you want to give yourself as you travel through the skill tree. You're just going from one node to another to grab things you want. But another game that I wanted to bring up when it comes to introductions. Again, we mentioned this earlier. My first game ever, Sonic the Hedgehog, has no fucking introduction. You just get thrown and just start dying immediately and running. And that was like old school games. They just tended to do that. I think Mario just threw you in the world without much. Am I correct on that, or am I misremembering some of the older games?
Yeah, you were correct. I mean, I don't think there really was an ideal or storyline for Mario. I think it was just random jumping on turtles and stuff like that. So there really wasn't much lore to go on. I think that was created later on.
Ah, yes, I remember the lore implications of the item description for the super mushroom.
What?
I had to watch a video. What is a video to see what the giant star fire star was and what properties were made to create that.
I watched an hour-long video on Bowser's backstory, and I didn't catch any of that the first time playing.
I honestly don't know if you're shitting me or
We're not shitting you. There's tons of lore.
an hour-long video about backgrounds.
Yes, and of course you have to remember too that there are different timelines based on the lore because you also have things that were established from, like, say, the Super Mario Brothers Super Show and Captain N the Game Master that diverge from the actual canon.
Yeah. There's a Mario. I mean, they could have made a Mario cinematic universe with the amount of storylines that they had.
I don't know about that.
I don't know what to say.
And then, of course, we have to realize if we're on the actual Mario timeline or the side timeline from Thousand Year Door, because there was implications of that one.
That's Paper Mario.
All right, so I'm gonna end my my Path of Exile stream there. I just wanted to kind of show a little bit of live gameplay of it. So I hopefully showed off the skill tree, some of the skills. Yes, I made a melee strength witch that beats people with big angry hammer and then curses them and gets buffs based off of it because I can.
I like it.
So,
and that is the Dark Souls of crab armor.
Infected him.
Okay, back on topic. Though, I wanted to talk about the whole session 1 thing in a more
yes.
Let's
get back into it.
I was going to approach it from like a writing storytelling perspective because I remember one of the first lessons I learned about like prose writing in general is that you need to create a beginning that grabs the audience's attention. And how you do that varies wildly, but the important thing is that it catches people's interest. Like you mentioned Dead Eye, or was it Dead Island?
Yeah.
You mentioned Dead Island. Dead Island, to me, like just from hearing about you explaining it, it seems like one of those cases where the authors put all of their effort into the intro, the
Yeah.
stinger, the attention grabber, and then just didn't really do much from there, or like didn't try to tie it into the rest of the experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say that they wanted to kind of like get people invested in the game itself. And yeah, they really fail to deliver when it comes to the tone. Like again, the game was fine. It's just it really felt like there was more to it than what it was. So I often wonder is it that they wanted to do more or they just didn't have the opportunity? So, but continue.
It I mean, just a guess, but it seems like they might have had different teams working on, like they might have had a specific team working on the intro
Mm.
that wasn't necessarily kept up to date with the happenings with the main game. I don't know, it's just a guess.
Oh, it's possible, yeah. So as DMs who are here or people who played, what is the first thing that comes to your mind for a session one? Anyone can start.
So,
If they're-
sorry, you
Go ahead.
continue.
No, I
Um,
was gonna say. Okay.
So session one for me, I really focus on three kind of elements to the session. The first one is, of course, establishing the plot hooks for the later series, and then once again doing that, but also trying to do that thing that grabs people, that brings them really in. One of the ones that I liked from basically some of the lectures and that I've attended and some of the games and that I've been in is always kind of starting with either a combat or a really really like interesting event in order to get people in, because really that's kind of the big thing why what people like doing in TTRPGs is starting people off with a combat, probably something relatively easy winnable, or at least something that kind of sets the scene. I think one of my favorite ones was it was basically the GM established the town, and basically kind of got us to go around and explain, from the session zero why we were in the town, and then we were all
Mhm.
attending the local festival dance at so and so's barn, um, and then suddenly the weight of the townsfolk caused the floor to the barn to collapse, and we were suddenly in a big room in a dungeon with a whole bunch of skeletons wearing armor from a previous time period, that we had to figure out what the hell is going on here, and that was a plot of basically an unleashing of an ancient undead evil, and it started, of course, with us falling through the floor of a barn dance, and
Okay.
it was a great way to start it off too, because that one was getting the non NPCs out of this dungeon and defending them, and trying to figure out what the hell is going on. And to go back to other games, the intros for I always remember the intro with also to bring up was Daggerfall, in terms of the Elder Scroll games, and
Uh-huh.
that one was just, you're in a dungeon, you're naked, here's a club, find your way out. And it made
Yeah.
it so that was the most frustrating of all the Elder Scrolls games. But that was kind of what that was. And another one I'll just throw in there as an example that I remember well was one of the lecturers basically started the campaign off where it was once again another festival in the town, and then 50 suits of living armor walk into the town and declare that they are here to fight a queen that had died 150 years ago, and that if she wasn't present, they'll start waging war against the community.
Okay.
And that was kind of the intro to the campaign, was them trying to figure out, okay, what the hell is going on here, and the army of living armor coming this one, and what's set them off and where they are and how they could possibly get out of it. Ramping that up like right up the beginning and giving them something really to sink their teeth into, and setting that tone of excitement, when you start the game off. And then the other part of that one too, that the final one is and this may kind of somewhat seem like contradictory, but always start kind of with a small-ish mission, like that getting out of the dungeon, or getting out of that basement, or trying to figure something small out. If my friend Dave likes to basically use the terminology, there's something going on in the pumpkin patch or Farmer Dan's field, and starting off with something like that possibly, and then ramping it up, like they go on this small little mission to go and retrieve something from the woods, and when they get back to the village is on fire, and most of the villagers are dead, and there's like some evil guy in the center of it. The Conan approach, to give an old movie, is another one that I like too as a trope, but really giving the players something exciting in the beginning, whether it's a combat or an exciting scene that they have to, use their skills to get out of, or talk their way out of, or something along those lines. And I always like starting my games off with that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's actually kind of a cool way of thinking about it, and I think some of that I do myself, and I actually enjoy when there's that little bit of excitement and in the beginning too. It's a delicate balance too, because you don't want to like do too much because people are starting to still like get used to each other, but you also don't want to not do enough like anything, because it could lead to kind of a more of a quieter session and then nothing really gets done, which is generally okay, but that means then it's another session before things get started. So Mega, Frax, either of you have something to add to that?
I do.
Oh, Mega.
Because we were talking about the intro for the campaign that you're in right now, the most recent one.
Mhm.
And how I had initially, like based on my memories, thought that I hadn't done a very good job of it, because I remember there being a lot of dead space with introductions. But putting it into the wider context, um, I did what I usually do for any intro, which is to try and make a smaller story that is self-contained but can branch out into something much bigger.
Yeah.
I think it's important to have like a sort of initial scenario, because it very well sets the tone, and it doesn't have to be directly related to what goes on in the actual campaign, but it does need to give players the idea of what they should expect. Like for example, this campaign I started, once everyone got together in a tavern, funnily enough, just reasons. Um, they were given a point of intrigue. They were mentioned. It was mentioned that there was this nearby crypt that seemed to have like undead walking out of it at nighttime, and there would be men who would go in there and just not come back,
Mhm.
called by a song or something similar. Um, and so that's enough to lead to an investigation. I try to be hands off with my players and not force them into things. Maybe it's a bit of a weakness of mine, because I think I might be too hands off at times. Uh, like that's clearly what I expected players to do, but I didn't really have anything if they decided to do something else. You know?
Yeah, that's actually a trap that a lot of DMs fall into, where it's like, cool, I'm going to introduce this really interesting, like, okay, there's this giant, like runic tower with lightning bolts coming out from it, and a dark cloud foreshadows it, and whatnot. So the the gnome bartender hands you a beer and tells you, "Be careful about that." I'm just gonna go home, and starts walking the opposite direction. The party's like, "We're going in the direction where the gnome's going." I'm like, "Oh, okay, okay."
I think the mistake there. I think the mistake there is creating intrigue in the direction
Yeah,
opposing your plot, not necessarily like having other points of intrigue. Um, but it doesn't like converge; it diverges, and that's something that I am generally pretty good at avoiding, I think. I think.
Yeah, no, I absolutely think you've been doing pretty good. I said
don't know, I think.
I said yes, and it didn't pick up on the mic. I'm like,
Oh,
yeah,
okay. I just got silence, and I'm like,
I
okay.
guess not.
But and I did the session 1, quote unquote, ended up taking multiple sessions to finish, just because that's kind of how the time went. Um, but the thought is still the same. It's like the initial setup for the larger story happens here. The party entered the crypt, fought off a bunch of undead, found a secret passageway deeper in, um, happened upon a woman who was doing experiments on like parts of corpses. Um, Unfortunately, they didn't get too much out of her herself because I think one of the players crit killed her on like the first round of combat.
Yeah,
But
good.
I did have her leave behind an entire journal, which I don't know. I don't know, Rain. Did you ever end up reading that?
I took the book and I probably did, and but it's been like months. I don't remember. Sorry,
It was
I called out on
no,
air. But
it's okay. It's okay. I don't expect players to
Oh,
remember
dear.
because I can't remember everything in anyone's game, really. Like, you asked me what happened like 3 months ago in your Monday game, I would not be able to tell you.
damn it, I was
I
expecting you to. I forgot to.
Oh,
I have notes for the campaign. I probably have notes for the first session somewhere in my giant Google Doc of notes. So if you gave me time, I could probably piece it together. Just
I have session notes, and I keep notes per session. They tend to be outdated once the session ends, though, because usually the things don't end up going exactly along the way that they're meant to,
yeah.
which is, again, is fine. But it just means that I had to be careful looking back through my old notes because I write those notes ahead of the session, not after the session.
Yeah,
I
no
know.
plans to have contact with the enemy.
I know.
Notes.
I offered one of my players in the Saturday campaign an extra hero point for taking notes. So I know he takes like notes to the point where he like so and so attacks, hits, and crits for 40 damage, and like he'd like those kind of notes.
Yeah.
So as a player, I've tried keeping notes. Um, I'm really, really, really bad at it. Like, I am obscenely bad at keeping and maintaining notes on a story. I'm just so used to memorizing things that when it comes to actually writing things down, I actually blank on what is important and what isn't.
I write down things that stand out for me that I think my character would want to investigate. So if I ever need to go back, I can ask, "Hey DM, remember that one time when you mentioned that really one obscure thing, that one session that you said as a kind of like really fast? Can you give me more detail on that?"
I could definitely stand to do more of that.
Yeah, I like to do stuff like this. Well, I don't really write things down generally, except names, because sometimes the fantasy names get out of hand. You just, well, how many apostrophes were in the elf princess's name again? But aside from that, like events and stuff, I tend to just remember, and then I do like to keep them in mind and try to connect them back to any new information we find. Sometimes
Well,
3 months later, you go, "Hey DM, do you remember that cheese merchant?"
that's never going away.
Not only do I
You
remember
have
the
a
cheese
bit of
merchants,
control over that. If we apprehend him, it's over.
I kind of don't because it's funny and I like
Fair.
and it's like I'm like, I'm gonna roll and see how fast he's going, and it's like, well, I'm still rolling pretty good, so he's still running. So
We'll catch him one day. Yeah.
also how about the lady from last night when we played Lancer with her giant long name and title. So
Yeah, that's an example of I'm gonna write that down.
yeah, so in Lancer are interacting with a faction of space born or space. They basically live almost primarily in space. So they develop a little bit differently, obviously, because they have lower gravity. So it's kind of like if you've ever seen The Expanse, like the Belters, but more extreme.
Yeah.
Mixed with like the Quarians or whatever the Tali's race was in Mass Effect. Oh damn it, that's not even the name, is it? I completely butchered the. But yeah, so the one race that's
I'll remember this.
yeah, so so mixed with yeah, it is Quarian. I was right. So kind of mixed with that. So you know they are not used to the kind of the ground. So it's a really interesting race, and they're kind of flavored off of like Romans, mostly because I personally like Roman lore, like actual Roman history. I shouldn't say lore; it's history. And I know Frax is a fan. We always talk about it, and I thought it would be kind of fun to have a faction that dipped into it because I don't do that often. So I kind of made them like space Romans that live in space. So, yeah. Also, yes, the NPC that from Five Sales, that one is a
Lucy?
lot of fun. Yes, I know. Everyone just calls her Lucy. It's fine.
It's the
She
easiest
actually.
way.
She actually was an NPC from one of my first ever DMs. He was actually the first NPC I ever created and or used. So it's Lucrecia Durante Marcella Sinagra, which is just a really long name of like Simlish Spanish / Italian. It doesn't probably mean anything. But she was the NPC that the party met, that gave them a quest, told them to do something. This was when I was playing 7th C 2nd edition, and was like, "Hey, escort my like caravan. You guys are mercenaries. Escort my caravan through dangerous forest, um, and get it to the city to meet with my contact, which is this other merchant prince from a different nation. And you'll get paid, and we'll call it a day." They obviously they used them on the wagon to where they were kind of like talking to each other to introduce each of the characters. So they're just sitting on the wagon. And once they kind of got used to speaking to each other, hey, like, okay, my character likes your character, understanding what their names were, who was playing what. I did a flashback. So every time I introduced a character, I did a flashback to when they were hired by Lucy. So the first character I did a flashback, and I kept doing that for each of them. I made it really quick, like a 2-3 minute flashback, and I was just like on the spot. And so they were kind of role playing with the character, with the NPC, and it was just a lot of fun because it established like how they react and how they played their character to the other players. And then I threw them in a really big combat, and it was a fantastic first session, which got me to fall in love with DMing, and I've been DMing ever since. And it worked out. I think it worked out fine because they immediately like, oh man, I can't wait till next week type of a thing. Because I really did spend a lot of time setting it up. It was a little bit on rails. Obviously, they were in a caravan. They didn't really have an option to not be in the caravan because I said, your characters are going to be mercenaries that accept this mission. So you're not going to be traveling or exploring. You're just there in case something bad happens. And then, of course, something bad happens. But it was interesting. Yeah.
Just to interject real quick, I always wonder how much of that is okay to do as a DM. Do you have an opinion on that? I know this is kind of off topic, but
no, that's totally on topic because how much do you want to give in terms of like, do you want it to be on rails? Do you want it to give the player a lot of choice? What is too much? How can you deal with it? I'm generally a fan of creating multiple think of it this way. Think you're on a highway and then there's different exits. As soon as you take the exit, that story that you're proceeding is going to proceed forward in the way it's going to, minus, of course, barring any interaction with you guys, like the players.
Mm,
But it's like you have these choices, and if you choose to go get off on that exit, that story is going to get rolling. Um, but I've also learned from, again, going back to earlier, my Stalker talk, that the other stories start rolling too without you guys. So then those are the ones that play out. So you know how like no plan ever plays out the way you expect in like meeting players. Well, those do because the players don't interact with them. So then I'm like, okay, now those three things happened. What are the next XYZ number of um, consequences to those things happening? And then I kind of continue doing that. So there is the on rail. I satisfy my storytelling and on rail with things that happen on the side. Then when characters interact with it, then I can go back and say this happened because this, because you missed this, because you didn't do this and didn't talk to this person. And I know,
See,
Mega, you've seen that because you're like, oh shit, because like you guys on Mondays, like that's right, that was that one character. If we did this, we would have
yeah.
learned this. Yeah.
In my case, I think I tend to do that more with like plot elements
Mhm.
than characters specifically. I don't know if maybe that's what you meant anyway. Um, but like there are things that I will set up from as early as session one that I will harken back to up to a year later and beyond. I think Frax could probably tell you about this too, at least in a couple cases. I don't know if we can think of any off the bat, but
Excuse me, about what?
well, you were a player in one of my games, remember?
Yeah, that was fun.
Remember do you remember, like, any instances where I've, like, brought something back that was, like, a really, really old, like, plot thread that just didn't seem to go anywhere at the time?
As far as I know, you even brought some stuff back from like
Previous
older games you
campaigns.
ran in the
Yeah.
setting.
Yep.
Like, and at the time, I can probably identify those because I wasn't there when it was originally made. But then
Yeah, it's
you hear the backstory behind it, and like, oh shit, that's cool.
yeah, some of that stuff's self-indulgent on my part. I just like to keep, like, a concurrent, like, overarching narrative
Yeah, like a
for myself.
consistent setting. I like that a
Um,
lot.
but one example that I remember, and I think you'll remember as soon as I mention it, Frex, is, you remember the spear?
Yeah, I do remember that fucking spear.
That carried from all the way from one of the first arcs in the story to right up at the end, basically.
Yep, yeah, it did. Ruined my girlfriend. God damn it.
Oh
Frex,
no.
there was a arcane spear that had slain a dragon and kept it dead because dragons can normally regenerate under most cases.
Mhm.
Um, the spear had been lodged in it though to prevent it from doing that. Uh, Frax's character was the one who pulled it out.
Oh.
Uh, but not so much pulled it out as like touched it, which caused the energy to like disperse.
Mhm.
Um, and it for a while it felt like that was the end of that. But then again, he ends up later on making a spear weapon for his character's girlfriend at the time. Was she a girlfriend at the time, or was this?
Yeah. No, yeah, it was already.
Yeah. Okay. So he forges this new spear, and he gets this like I just tag on to here. Okay, so you forge the spear, but you forge the spear while under the influence of like X emotion. I think it was like anger or hatred or something like that.
Okay.
And that was up for him to contextualize, but like the point is that it was essentially meant to like very subtly imply that the energy from him dispersing that spear, that arcane spear, was sort of like reworked into the one that he made. And
Okay.
so the power was maintained. And then later on, um, whenever whenever this the same girl actually like like some angelic being within her splits off. It takes the spear because it's a really powerful weapon. And basically fucks off with it, leaving her broken and dying.
Yeah.
That's a cool callback. Like when you have something that is set up. Jordan.
Yeah.
How about you in terms of like similar to that? Were there any? Do you recognize anything like from the initial setup that you had like big plans for that you were able to kind of pull that hook ha moment or interesting scene, or the opposite, something that you set up that you never went back to?
I was running a game that for Savage Worlds. So it was one of my first ones. It actually went on for all the time I was in grad school, so about 2 years. And the initial scene that we had was basically there was this King Kong Island where there was everything is gigantic. There are dinosaurs, and there was kind of a primordial race that lived there and had certain types of magic. And like the goal was that there was special item. There was basically one of the MacGuffins was on this island for the players to go and get, and they had to try to work to get into the center of this island and deal with it. And I was going to have some of the cool, because King Kong's one of my favorite movies. Have like the logs over the cliff scene and stuff like that. And so the initial one was they got shipwrecked on the island and then had to get off, and they never went back to that island in 2 years. They just refused to go, I guess. And it was like made clear that no, one of the MacGuffins is on the island, and they just decided to get into a fight with the British East India Company, who had been teleported to this world. And so basically they decided to that was basically what ended up happening with the game. Was there was 3 major factions. 2 had been imported into the world, which were the Spanish Trading Company, and because it's a pirate setting, the English East India Company, and this kingdom that still exists. And they decided to basically start a war between all 3 of them and see which side paid them the most money as privateers.
Typical player behavior.
Wow.
Correct.
That's great.
I even had a ghost pirate who the MacGuffin would have destroyed, just constantly hunting them. And at the end, they were just like, oh, he's just getting stronger. Oh, well, we kept kicking his ass. And I'm like, well, now he's like a demon, like a zombie ghost pirate. Because I kept using the model for the guy from Monkey Island, LeChuck, for him. And he's just kept getting stronger and actually killed one of them at one scene. And they're like, whatever. Well, we normally deal with him.
It's back to the island.
Yeah, it's just more important for us to start a trade war to get the British to pay us a ton of money. And blew up the man of war that the Royal Armada had brought in there, and tried to blame it on the Spanish just to get paid more money.
Wow, I wish we could do anything about this. Oh well.
Oh
Right.
well.
We're gonna go plant a bomb and kill people in order to get our pay raised. Sure.
Oh my God.
I mean, the good pirates.
They were fantastic pirates. They were my armada of chaos puppets. But oh my God, so many things burned. So the main prison was destroyed at least twice by them. One indirectly and one directly. Sure.
Oh
They had
I love that because I'm guessing I maybe met some of the people in that campaign, or
You met 2 of them.
yeah. So I'm like, yeah, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
You've met one who was one of the people who, well, with the Empire, decided that since they were getting lowballed by the one king, they were going to start a coup so that the king's brother would pay them higher.
Oh my God.
Okay.
And then left when the civil war that was wrecking that country got a little too strong.
Like, oh, that's we're not going to get paid anything because they're
Right.
blowing each other up.
No, that's exactly what happened.
Oh my God.
I love it. I love it. That's just what happens sometimes.
Yeah.
I mean, sometimes you have a perfectly planned out, laid out thing, and then the party just decides that they want to be chaotic demon puppets or whatever you call them. Just
Chaos Muppets.
Chaos Muppets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I never planned too far ahead.
Yeah. Have a basic.
Oh, go ahead.
Have a basic outline of what you want to do, and that kind of stuff has usually been my formula. And do your best to see them try to get to the point of it. That's why I always like having a session 0 to be like, this is kind of what I wanted to do and kind of how I'm feeling, because I don't like railroading people, because I had a GM who was so railroady and it was just the worst experience. And I never want to do that to my players or be in that kind of thing again. And because it's just like, okay, now the GM is giving dialogue exposition. Oh, this is not good. But
As you go to say no, you accidentally say yes.
yeah. And he was a friend. He wanted people to play in his game, and I said, "Sure, man. I'm not doing anything else." He's still a friend, but oh my god, yeah. But it's
Barely.
yeah. But yeah, it's always that kind of loose thing, because you don't know what your players are going to do, particularly if you have an open world setting. You know, they're going to want to go do something because they see this cool thing and they want to go to that place. So, okay.
Yeah,
See,
that's Oh, go ahead.
Oh, so I was just gonna say, see, what the intent behind my setting originally was for it to be a wide open world. I think I got very caught up in making like a complex web of like plot threads and everything. But I do still allow people to go do their own thing if they really want to. It's just that in a lot of cases, if you want to travel significantly farther away from where you're currently at, you usually have to invest in it. Like for example, uh, all the continents are sort of separated by this sea of ethereal energy, destructive energy that needs to be traveled via airship. So they can go to other continents if they so choose, but they need to find a way across there. They need to either, pay for an airship, or like find some alternative method, like travel through another plane. And that takes a significant amount of effort usually.
Yeah.
And it's not there to discourage people from leaving or anything. It's just like I don't know. I guess it's just like, yes, you can do this, but I want to make it interesting if you're going to try.
I will sometimes actually, and I'll even admit this, that if I build a sandbox, I'm going to make big walls, because I've invested a lot into building certain things, and that's cool if you guys want to go to the different lands and do this kind of stuff. But with that one, I basically had it where it was an endless ocean with massive sea monsters, kind of like the game Dredge. And if you go too far out, the really, really giant ocean worm is going to eat you. So basically, I keep them in a little bit of the confined in a space, and that usually has worked out for me to,
Yeah, and then you run into the one player who just takes that as a challenge.
I'm going to defeat the worm.
I know.
And then you have something to center the plot around, because
Right.
yes, their whole goal is getting strong enough to be able to get past that barrier.
I know. Blaze in the Dark has like literally it's a sandbox with giant walls. So, because Dustwall is basically surrounded by those electric walls that keep out the crazy shenanigans from getting into the city. So when you said that, it just reminded me of Dustwall. It was like, so. I also, when I do open world, other than like the main plot points, a lot of the side things that I come up with, I leave it vague enough that I can just, and I probably said this before, I can shift it around. So if I feel it's interesting to show up somewhere, it'll show up. That's kind of how I do have main plot points, and those stay in stone, and those are something that the party needs to uncover. But a lot of like maybe side things or whatever, I kind of like, yeah, this guy, he is the merchant of city, and then I have like a blank. So it could be whatever city that they end up showing up at. He will show up and do some story or something.
And he
It's
sells
good to-
cheese.
It's good to leave things modular.
Yeah. These encounters, making encounters modular, that's also another thing I like doing. I just like going into Foundry and just kind of creating like, okay, there's this amount of monsters. I like this one ability from this monster, so I'm going to make an entire fight around this one mechanic. I mean, you guys faced that on Monday. It's like, hey, worms that can eat people alive and burrow. I want an entire fight based around that, and I did.
How'd you like those zombies, by the way, Rain?
Huh?
How'd you like those
Although-
zombies, by the way?
Those are cool. They were really cool.
You
I
know
was
why there
like,
were 3
are
of them,
they-
right?
Are you gonna? Why?
I told you I was going to take inspiration from that thing you showed me.
Oh,
It didn't quite
You-
turn out the way.
it was
That I
still
thought
cool.
it
Okay,
would.
I got you. I got you. Oh, man. Okay, see, that's the beauty of it. That's why I also like debriefing after the fact and talking about the campaign later on, because it's always cool because you pick up on things.
I learn a lot from you debriefing us on stuff.
I do want to add to this something that one of my DMs sometimes does that I personally don't really like. When he does debriefing, he sometimes goes like, "Oh yeah, I totally fudged the dice there for you," and I'm like, "No, don't say that."
I learned early on not to do that.
Yeah,
I try to just never do that, period.
I mean,
But
fudging the dice
obviously,
is a thing that can happen. Like sometimes you're like, "I like this idea too much. I'm just gonna make it happen," or it's just they
well,
have
a
been
lot of
rolling like
times,
other shit, so you're like, "Fuck it, they'll have this one." But don't ever tell the players because at that point you basically say that their agency is fake.
yeah, a lot of the times, um, I will like, and I think Rain does this too. Like, try to like find some logical way to make the dice fit the situation in a way that
Yeah.
makes everyone happy. But no, I can't just fake numbers. Like, I legitimately will never fake a roll, even if it's hidden.
Yeah, I can't get away with that as much. Care package, hydrate, and hot posture. I can't get away with that
Not
as
of
much
water.
because of Foundry. The rolls are right there, and then if I roll a 20, it just like makes fun of you or roll a 1. So, and that's interesting because I've always been used to like, yeah, maybe I do need to fudge the dice. I don't know if maybe it's because Pathfinder is the way it is, but I never really have an urge or need to fudge dice with that system compared to like other systems that I've played. I know like I fudged a lot of stuff for 7th Sea when I played it because generally they succeed, but then when they fail hard. So sometimes I'd have to. I've had to fudge in 5e a little bit, not as much, but sometimes I've had to like, okay, this is a pass or fail. I'm going to lower the DC by a little bit so that they can succeed and just get this over with because they won't stop trying to break this door down. So I'm just going to stop them from keep doing it and just have it open, things like that. So, but yeah, anyone here can either they've played maybe or run kind of an intro or a starting that was based off of maybe some form of media like the Skyrim intro or something and kind of like try to take inspiration from it or picked up on that from somebody running it. You got any of you guys had that happen or tried that?
Yeah, I'm trying to
Sort
think
of. Like,
Go ahead, Frex.
had one game where we all like first we did these little one-on-one session ones with the DM to establish like how the character got into the situation, and all of those ended up with the character getting captured and basically being sold to pirates. So the first session we had together then was all of us getting transported to a mine where we were going to, be put to work or else. So it wasn't really completely the Skyrim intro, but it really reminded me of that. Except, in Skyrim you're just put in on the cart immediately, and we all got like the little Goths trying to cross the border played out, which
Mhm.
was fun.
Mhm. It was extremely interesting to do
Yeah.
that, and he had so many good ideas. I think he was just afraid to capitalize on some of them.
Anything you've experienced, Jordan? Because you mentioned
Um,
King Kong. That was one that's like, oh, you were inspired by King Kong, so that's one already.
yeah, I've actually, I hate to say it, I actually do try to insert a lot of different kinds of media or stuff like that I see, and I get inspired by something, and I try to do that. I was trying to think of any intros that I've done to a game, and I really got to say, I don't think I've ever had one of those, but I have used moments from cinema in different games. Sometimes out of context, sometimes in just to kind of because you see cool things in the media or in movies or comic books or you read stuff and you want to go, oh man, I'd love to do that or have the player characters do that.
Mhm.
And it's really cool. I also laugh at when my players get the reference as well. So it's
Mhm.
always fun for me with that one. But nothing really ever in the in as an intro, but I've definitely done stuff, as later on, I've recreated certain scenes and stuff like that later on. In some of the games I've done that too. Just so it's always kind of fun when I do that. But yeah, I definitely take inspiration from
Yeah.
other sources of media and use those.
I used to think that was bad, or when people figured it out, I'd get like, oh, like I would get kind of like discouraged. But I now find that as actually kind of cool because I mean, I think we've talked about this before. Frax, you've said it a couple times. There's no such thing as like an original idea or something like that.
Yeah. Rip off everything shamelessly. You
Oh,
like
I
the
know.
media,
I
you
know
want
Zen
to
does,
take
yeah.
inspiration from that media, rip it off. Do it. One of my longest running D&D games that I play in is a shameless ripoff of the story of the main game of RuneScape. Because my DM is like, I love this game, but I disagree where they're taking the story. I can do this better. And lo and behold, he proved it.
Nice.
So
that,
I
that game
I have
also.
a
Oh, sorry.
sorry.
I was about to say that game also had a really good intro for it because a lot of the players in the party were new. So what the DM did was we met in a tavern.
Nice.
There was this fair in town, like an adventure fair, and the party with the most points at the end of the fair got a reward in gold. So the characters were like, "Oh shit, we want to get that payout because it was like 200 gold, I think, which for level 1 newbies was a lot." So we signed up for the contest, like as a group. And then the fair itself was a bunch of game stands and stuff that all emulated like basic things you can do in D&D. Like one was a fake temple run that was like axe throwing. There were a few riddles, basic puzzles, that kind of stuff. And you got reward tickets for these funny magic items out of it, like a notebook that plays music because it's a notebook. And
Nice.
that just sounds a really good like tutorial to how several roles and stuff in D&D work, and then what kind of funny things magic items can be, and like it worked really well. And then
Yeah, I
from
think.
that on, we got into
Go
an
ahead.
actual dangerous situation, like a small dungeon with an evil mage. And that by then the people understood the system enough to bring that to a good end.
Yeah, I know. I remember we were talking earlier this week with Core about some games that did something similar, like Neverwinter Nights, 1 and 2. I know the Pathfinder Kingmaker does something similar-ish, where you have like, um, but more so with like Neverwinter Nights, where you basically, um, go through. No, Neverwinter Nights 2. There's like a fair in town, so there's like there's a spot where you can throw knives or something that tests your like ranged attack. There's a thing where you do something that's like a a, a check for like diplomacy or whatever. There's like different things that you can try, and it kind of opens that up to like trying these different things and what you're good at, and it also gives you a little bit of story and lore. So Neverwinter Nights, yeah, is actually one of my like favorite old school like game. It has a fantastic introduction in my thing, which is just like, hey, you're just this person, and then you're trying to do all these things, and they introduce you to like there's like a plague, but then there's like magical animals or creatures that each are like a part of the cure, and they're just like different aspects, like really interesting, like a fairy or this whatever, and then they just kind of like you get raided and they get separated. So it's just it introduces you to a lot of things, and then a big thing happens, kind of like how Jordan was mentioning, like, hey, the pumpkin patch is, the training and the ceremony of okay, now we're finally going to get the cure, and then they get attacked, and then the cure gets separated, and now you're tasked with going to the different districts of Neverwinter to find, because obviously the different things went their separate ways. Like I believe one's like one of the parts of the cure was like a fairy or something, or a fey creature. So that runs off and hides because it got let go. Another one gets taken, and so it's really cool, and I really enjoyed my time with that game. And it has co-op, and it's really good, and it has a fantastic RP community because it has a DM mode that you basically can just like run the game, and one person could be the DM spawning enemies and whatnot, and the rest of the people are just playing. So it's actually really, really cool. So there is a Baldur's Gate community for Neverwinter 1 where you download, it's like a separate client, and it downloads the entirety of like Baldur's Gate and the surrounding area, and it's a full 100% RP server.
Wow.
So
Can't believe
everybody's
swapped all of
in
Baldur's
character.
Gate 3 to the old games.
Oh my god.
I'm gonna
But
kill for this.
yeah, I played this years ago, and it was everybody like was in character. So everybody was just talking in character, doing things. You could explore the city, you could go out and fight. And it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. The people were really helpful and whatnot. It's an experience that I would love to see more people have the option to experience or play, because it's really different, because it merges the TTRPG with video game, because you have the TTRPG experience of players that can react to what you're doing, and you also have the video game aspect because it is a video game, and so you have all the things you can do. You can create your character, do your builds, and do your skills, find loot and gear. So it's essentially DM-less. Obviously, there's admins, but yeah, it just that first impression of jumping in and then being able to like talk to people, seeing people talking, that sticks with me too as well. So, um, let's see what else. Any other introductions, even to like books or movies that you guys want to talk about that maybe stuck with you?
That's one big one that I wanted to bring up, which is going back to RuneScape again for that one. Because RuneScape has a long history with its intro.
Mhm.
Like back in the day when the game first released, they had tutorial islands. Like when you first
Okay.
logged in, it dropped you on this island in the sea where you just go through all the little steps explaining the first few skills of the game. Like the first thing you do is you fish up shrimp, you cut down a tree, set the logs on fire, you cook the shrimp. And like that, it guides through a few of the skill systems, which are like the basic gameplay loops of the game,
Yeah.
before it teleports you to the starter city in the actual game world. And it at that point you have no guidance anymore. It's just go explore and do the rest of the game. But Tutorial Island, as famous as it was in the community, and as much as a big source of nostalgia, suffered from some issues. Like according to their data, one of the points where the most people quit the game permanently was when they cooked that first shrimp on Tutorial Island, because it was pre-programmed to always burn, so they couldn't eat it, because it was meant to teach you that food can burn when you cook in the game. But for some reason, that meant that a ridiculous amount of accounts just logged out and never came back because they instantly got some failure. So going from that lesson, they wanted to redesign their tutorial, and they made a full tutorial in the starter town where you used to be dropped after the island, which had a nice little intro with a dragon that was attacking. But that one had a different problem that people didn't like, because the whole dragon slaying part was done by an NPC that you needed to help. So it felt like it was all about the NPC and not about the player. So it's bad. And they changed the fishing shrimp to fishing crawfish, and a lot of people didn't like that because the shrimp at that point was nostalgia. So it was silly, but it was an actual factor. And then they made another tutorial, like in a way different city, because there was a city that has a permanent war front with invading trolls. So they used that to rework the entire area, like make it really an involved tutorial that explains every single skill in the game in depth. And it was a really good tutorial. Like when you left it, it even offered you guidance systems to the rest of the content, but it was way too involved. There was way too much explanation. It was way too handholdy, so people didn't like them.
Okay.
And then they made their third tutorial, which was arguably the worst attempt, because they went back to making an island. They called it Ashdale. It was like a city island in the middle of the sea that was under attack by sea monsters. And it explained a few of the skills, but not as many. It was very brief in general. It was way shorter, but it explained enough. Explained the combat especially. But up until this point, your player character was always just dropped in the game as is, and from that point on, what you want. It didn't have a backstory or anything. On the islands, you had like childhood friends, like an old love interest, like families that knew you. People hated that. They're like, my character doesn't have any of that. Never had. So that's why that one failed. And after all of that time, like this took almost 10 years of iteration, they just put back, they just put Tutorial Island back, the old one, and they made a pop-up that explains why the shrimp burns. That's it. That was a solution.
I just like imagine going through all of that effort.
Yeah, and they really did a really thorough post-mortem on that. Like there's a very expansive series of videos on YouTube by one of the developers that really went through every iteration, because there's a few sub iterations, like slight tweaks on the tutorials that I didn't go over because the details are irrelevant. But like he spent hours of analyzing what went wrong there, because he wanted to know that for a design perspective. He thought it was valuable knowledge, and he put all of that in streams and on YouTube, and it's very interesting. But yeah, that's all of that to say, making an intro is very, very hard, and sometimes it's the stupidest, tiniest details that will turn off your players.
Yeah, the fact that burning shrimp is what caused so many people to quit. Yeah. But it also might be they were just kind of like going through and they're like, okay, this is not the game. Because if the shrimp didn't burn, something else would have happened and they would have just moved on.
Perhaps. And a few of those points are really like good advice for TTRPGs as well, in my opinion. Like the one where the Dragon Slaying Knight stole the show. Don't do that. Don't have NPCs steal the show from your players. It's a common mistake, but it happens a lot. So then the other one where it was just way too handholdy. There's a lesson about railroading in there. Like you definitely can use some, but don't go overboard with it. And then the one where they basically gave you a backstory and you had no choice in it.
Player agency.
Yeah,
taking away
play agency. Don't. Well,
Mm.
sometimes you need to take it away a little because that can create like a certain atmosphere that you want to go for. Like,
Mm.
for example, if you get captured by the gods or something, or by the evil bad guy. But generally, especially if it's like forcing a backstory on someone, don't.
Mm.
If you're going to take away player agency, you better damn well have a good justification for it. Is the
Yeah.
point, I think.
And I feel personally like the best way to do after that is to give the players a way to regain it. That feels like they did it on
Okay.
they accomplished that themselves.
Yeah,
That's
one of
why,
the big.
like,
Oh, go ahead.
sorry, I just wanted to touch on this real quick.
Yeah, go
That's
for it.
why I actually like the Dark Souls intro as
Dark Souls of
memey as
intros.
it is. No, genuinely though, because like
Yeah.
it doesn't hold your hand through anything. You're free to die as often as you want to figure things out. Like it puts you in a microcosm of the game itself, where you sort of learn the fundamentals. Uh, but it doesn't like force pop-ups or anything on you. It doesn't really like it doesn't do anything to like make you wait to like read through anything. It's
Yeah.
all optional. So if you've played through the game before, you can kind of just skip those. Um, but
Yeah.
the thing that it does really well, specifically Dark Souls 1, I'm sorry, I just want to finish this.
I know that's fine.
The boss you fight, the what is it, the Asylum Demon? Yeah.
Yeah.
You have like virtually no chance of killing it on your own first time because you come in without any weapons or armor. Or I think just without weapons at least.
You have weapons
Um,
and armor, it's just you don't have the skill. Like you don't have the stats, so you
well,
don't have
no,
the
you get
HP.
a.
Right?
I think you get a broken sword hilt, and that's it, which does pitiful damage.
Hmm.
You could technically kill it if you were good enough at dodging and could do that for a long enough period. But the point is, you're supposed to exit through the gate, go around, grab the rest of your equipment, and then there is another gate at the end, which provides an alternate entrance to the fight where you can essentially get the jump on him, quite literally.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. So it is a good example of the game throwing something at you that seems insurmountable and then giving you an avenue to overcome it and making it feel like it's your own triumph.
Mm.
Even though obviously they set the whole thing up for you, it still feels very cathartic, like because you're doing everything yourself. Like the game isn't handing you anything.
Yeah,
This,
I actually did like that intro, but yeah, go ahead, Frax. You second.
yeah, that's what I liked about the Elden Ring intro as well. Like it gives you this big cutscene that explains like the premise of the plots. Like it's very bombastic music. It tells you about these mighty people with their long ass titles that you don't understand because who the fuck even knows what the Order of Wumsumfuth is? And then, it ends with introducing the player, like one more whom grace has touched. And it's like, oh yeah, that's me. And you start the game, you run in there, you kill some basic mooks, I think, and then you get to the first boss that is set up to beat your ass.
I don't think you even get to kill any regular enemies.
Yeah, you go right to the boss.
I thought there was some really small animals.
Nope.
Like they're better. Anyway,
I don't think so.
the main thing is you go to that boss that is going to kick your ass unless you're like like a really pro dodger that can actually do all of that with no gear.
Yeah.
That thing is going to kill you.
As
And
much
that's
of
the
a
point.
veteran I am of Souls games, I've never beaten that thing.
Yeah, no, that's super hard. I'm not even sure if it's. I assume it's possible because usually
It's
in Souls games they're
possible.
like, if you got the skill, we allow it.
If you kill him, you kill it early because you essentially can go back to that area. If you kill him early, you get the weapon. Which
No,
is
no, no.
really
I
nice.
mean, not a night guy that's right outside it.
No, they're talking about the weird multi-leg dude outside of the little church. Yeah,
I didn't even know
you get
I didn't even know he remained there.
I
Yeah,
think
you
you go
can go
back.
back and kill him
Yeah, you go
later.
back. But he has
You
like
can, but
these dual swords that are really nice.
Huh.
If you kill him, so
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good way to set the tone. The whole grandiose thing, and then you just get literally knocked down to earth because I'm pretty sure it like knocks you off a cliff or into the floor or something like that.
mhm.
Let you fall for a while, and slightly afterwards you get called maidenless.
Yes.
Very important.
Yes,
Touch
because
Grace and get maidens.
touch Grace and get
That
maidens.
was such a big meme. Sorry.
Elden Ring doesn't give you a lot of guidance except, become Elden Lord, get maidens, touch Grace, but it gets that's all you need to know to really play the game. At that point you need to
Oh, yeah.
explore and find it out yourself.
Yeah, it's a really the Dark Souls games and Elden Ring and Bloodborne, they have a very interesting way of introducing the player and setting up the tone and feeling of a game. They have, in my opinion, some of the better introductions, barring a couple hiccups. But yeah, like Bloodborne,
Yeah,
you wake up with the werewolf, and then you go out and just there's a lot of really cool stuff that they do. So
I will say the one weakness of most Souls game intros is that they can be a bit too vague at times, and
Yeah.
you're not given enough direction to sort of get yourself started.
I often feel like I've said before I'm not the biggest fan of the Souls likes because the story is so vague. A lot of people do like it exactly because of that reason, and fair power to them. But yeah, it can be a little. What am I even? Why am I even doing this? Game told me to. I mean, yeah, I bought the game. I want to play it. Obviously, I'm going to do it. Thank you for the meme, Artsy.
yeah, yeah. For me, I think it's for me. I think it's literally the ability to piece together the lore is kind of another like almost like a second game to me. Like I'm playing the actual game itself, but then I'm also piecing together the lore, and then I'm like trying to figure out what's happening and who's who and whatever. And then it's like that's almost like another game of like reading the descriptions. But that's because I enjoy that. I can see why it's not the best for some folk that they just don't.
Yeah, I
they
like
want-
that when it's combined with a main story. Yeah, okay, I'm gonna do it again. But like Baldur's Gates does
my
it a
God.
lot as well. Like all the items of descriptions, and if you go look in the bookcases or in people's belongings, you can find their notes, their letters, whatever. And there's a lot of cases in the game where you can find critical information in those letters. Like you can do the quest perfectly fine without them, but if you find the letters, you get extra dialogue options that unlock sometimes different approaches to solve certain things. Like a very big one is that a certain boss fight can be avoided entirely because you find a letter from his daughter, and you can start, talking to his conscience and be like, "Do you really need to do this way? Like, there's still a way back." And you actually briefly start to change his mind, and by that way, you skip one phase of the boss fight.
Mm.
You're straight to the second phase, which is way bigger and
I
way
think
more.
Mass Effect had something similar.
Yeah.
But that was
to prevent. I mean, it's been out for a while, but you can essentially.
I mean, spoilers. If I go into detail,
let's not go into detail. But
okay,
this spoiler alert for like the next 10, 15 seconds to Mass Effect 1. Starting now, you could literally just skip the final boss. So
okay.
you
not
can
not entirely, just a phase of it.
Yeah. So, all right, spoiler over. But yeah, it's very similar in the concept to that as well. So
Yeah. So yeah, it combines the item description and like puzzling to get a context with having a main story. It's just like you can get way more extra information, extra context, and extra dialogue out of it if you're really doing the investigations that you don't strictly need to do. But there's still, it gives you the same feeling of validation, I think, of I figured this out. Like before the NPCs had to tell me about certain things because I rolled a perception check and found this letter under the floorboards, or I went to that part of the map and I noticed the hidden wall, that kind of stuff.
Archie
And
stuff.
that's like the purest.
I'll add it.
That's like the purest like tabletop RPG experience is like being able to alter what would otherwise be like a rather a rather plain series of events with, your effort outside of the
Yeah,
established thread.
that's something that Lawrence has always been big on because they want to have that permutations, as they like to call it, and that's why the script of Baldur's Gate 3 is longer than the Lord of the Rings trilogy, longer than the script of Game of Thrones, the series.
Yeah.
All seasons.
I did
together.
not want it. I did not want it.
I don't want it. I never have.
Yep.
Yeah, I will not go into that writing again. I'm about to. I shouldn't.
No, we're going to. I'm going to get really upset and start throwing things because
Yeah,
it's
steady breathing. We can deal with it.
Let's just say D&D are not my favorite people. Not D&D in the sense of D&D the 5e. No, don't the actual writers.
Yeah, was it Dan and
So I don't know. They're Wes and Benioff or whatever. But
yeah.
That's interesting too because I want to get your takes on, as DMs and players, how important establishing like tone, lore, and whatever are for like information wise. How important it is for a tabletop campaign? Like, how important is it for you to have a lot of lore, or do you just have kind of vague things and fill in the blank? I have a general idea because I've spoken to you guys, so I know your answer. But it'd be nice to kind of like have that conversation. And in doing so, I do want to start with Jordan. How important is just like, do you like leaving things blank and vague? Do you like having a set amount of lore that you can dig into? Do you like giving the lore? Do you like not?
I mean, in my honest, what I tend to do is writing lore can take a while, and sometimes your player characters might not be fully interested in it, and sometimes they may not even get to the lore that you've already written. And I will say from firsthand, a lot of the lore of that, if it's not fully pertained to the story I want to tell, I don't tend to write it and leave it kind of vague, unless my players really want to dive into it and you can get to it. But I also like to do the whole concept where they can kind of build it somewhat with me as they explore it. If they want to go to this one town, because you can't just, you're going to sit there and you're going to design this entire world and you're going to spend like 4 years writing it, and then you're just going to be disappointed because your player characters aren't going to go to the stuff that you thought was cool, or it's to deviate like they did with my previous stuff. But if you want to do the lore bits as they go in there and as they interact with it and build from the inside out, start with the small and expand on that one. And then I've had campaigns where it's in the same world, and they've already established this one piece of lore, so we can call back to that one and we can say how this affects with that piece in there. And it's just kind of you building the world with your characters as well. It's still your world, you still control it. I still am going to do the design that I had intended, that I want to intend, but having the player characters try to fill in some of the very the smaller beats with me, I think makes me more rewarded and makes me more invested with my characters, and it's always something we can go back to. And they'll reference stuff that I've referenced if they ever run games and we just build lore together. It's kind of the story building aspect, but that's just kind of me. So I know there are people that really like to write, and I don't want to kind of I don't mean to throw shade or anything on them, but that's just how I do it. Is I start small and I expand from there, because I found when I attempted to do it a very, very long time ago, create my own world, my own setting, and it just took so long. And few games that I managed to run in it, my player characters, never got to some of the really cool stuff that I wrote, or so in one instance, didn't really think it was what I wrote was actually pretty cool, as much as I did. And that's why I like the other approach that I've done there is really where I kind of do stuff. Or the other one that I'll do is I'll take something that someone else has kind of done and I'll change it to what I want. Someone's written this cool setting, but I don't like some things with it, or I want to make some parts of it my own. I'll do that. That's why I really tend to go towards writers who do leave stuff very vague for me as the GM to fill in in their world and, co-write the lore with them and adapt it to what I feel my players would find is pretty cool and what I think is pretty cool. And
Gotcha.
so those are the two things I do. I either start small and expand outwards, or I take the shell that someone else has written and I fill in the blanks.
Got it. Mega? Anything to add on?
I might be almost entirely the opposite there because honestly, even ever since I took over writing for this campaign, I mean, it's almost been constant, like day in, day out, like taking ideas and notes, mental notes at least, for the setting, seeing if I can slot this or that in one place or another. And it doesn't always or even necessarily usually come to a head with players, at least not directly, but it's always there. And I like that it's there because it gives me a backlog of things to draw upon. And the more that I make that backlog, or the more I fill in that backlog, the more I have context for other things. So I don't feel like I'm caught off guard very much when I'm asked random questions about my setting, which is very nice. I feel like that's one of my best strengths as a DM is being able to sort of give answers to pretty much anything in the setting and make it make sense.
No, that's actually kind of useful because that you have something to dip back on. That's why a lot of people suggest, and I might personally suggest, like if you're starting as a DM, picking up a module and just kind of like picking from that and either running it or picking pieces from it are good because you have established kind of lore, you have a setting, you have just a general idea and an outline line for it. Because jumping into a homebrew setting or whatever can be really difficult because you're juggling that plus the mechanics or whatever.
Actually, where the new 5e Dungeon Master guides has some really good guidance because they actually provide a whole 0 to 100s guide of how to build your own adventure as a DM now, complete with your own setting and stuff. And they provide step-by-step examples using Greyhawk, but you can easily swap that out and do it with any setting. So they actually went and provide some good guidance for that.
Mm-hmm.
Not even setting specific, honestly, or like system specific. It's just generally good advice.
Yeah, absolutely. I know I like to write a lot of lore and build from it. Like my current campaigns, plural now, all take place on a continent that essentially derived from one concept, and I just built around it from there. So, and I brought this up multiple times, but yeah, it's like the idea of that one concept, and because of that concept, how is the nation that's dealing with that concept or that item or whatever it is built around it, and then how are the nations around it developing because of it? And I've expanded, and once I got a general like idea, then I kind of threw players in, and they've moved around and established lore, and then that's like, you know what, that makes sense. This is a thing now, and this is whatever, and it's kind of growing, and it's really nice to kind of see. So I'm kind of like writing that lore, but it just a lot of it is really vague and it's like player driven, which is it's a lot of fun. So
yeah, I like that a lot. As a player, for me, I think it's important to have enough lore to have like a good context of what the world is like and what I can expect and what is expected of me, but not too much because you don't want to be explained everything and then just sit there like yeah, got it, and then never need to think about it ever again. Because
That's a balance. That's a balance that I've been careful to try and strike because,
yeah,
when you make a setting that's completely unique, you have to be considerate of the fact that people aren't going to understand it when you first get into it, and you don't want to bog them down with exposition and like explanations that'll make their heads spin and kind of take them out of it.
Also, a thought I had while Jordan did his explanation was one big advantage of making your lore at least impose with your players is that it's kind of a cheat code to get them invested because they were working on it, but they will also remember it way more easily because they made it up in part.
Mhm.
Like it's just that'll do a lot, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and a lot of it's really cool because when they ask those questions, so like when you guys ask about a specific thing, then I know okay that's what you're interested in. So that's really nice, and then you kind of mold it. So I think really one of the important lessons I've learned is that keeping my first session, having those ideas, having that set piece if it's available, introducing interesting NPCs and topics, but have it malleable enough, like kind of like clay, where I can mold something once I see, okay, all right, they bit on this NPC, they like this, but they weren't really messing with this. Okay, and then that's where I start to kind of slowly mold the campaign. So that it's like, oh, I was planning on doing this the entire time. It's like, wow, you built the perfect campaign for me. What a great job. I'm like, yep, that's exactly what I did. That's kind of like my mindset with it, which is kind of like just adapting and improving mixed with, some established lore. And that actually, it's going to go, I'm going to go completely off the grid on this one. But that reminds me, and I think that mentality came from this one weird ass game I played called Star Sector, where it's so don't worry about looking it up or anything. It's a fantastic game if you want to. It's kind of like a space Bannerlords game, Mountain Blade, but the entire universe of that world is available, and the game, the center of the universe where most of the main factions are, they are handcrafted. Everything is like where the planet are is the same planets and whatnot. As soon as you leave the main sectors, the rest of it is procedurally generated. So it's kind of like there's this handcrafted base or foundation, and then the rest of it is kind of as you explore off and go further and further, it becomes more and more unique. And that game kind of got me in the mindset of like having this base and then having the rest of it kind of flow. So I don't know if that made any sense, but that's kind of what's always gone through my head. So all right, so I think we've gone through a lot. We got to a lot of this topic. I think session 1 was a really interesting topic, and I think we might even potentially see if we can talk some more about that, either by having a small round table, or maybe have it to be something similar for next month, because I know, for example, Soulsy really wanted to talk about that, and there might be others that might want to bring it in, and we can tie in some more examples of movies and games and whatnot, because there's a lot of things that I actually still want to talk about, but I see that we've been going for about 4 hours and 20 minutes. So I think it might be a good time to wind down and find someone to raid and kind of go from there. Unless anyone wants to kind of get something in before we call it for the month. Anything else from you guys?
I went over everything I want to say, so I'm good.
Yeah. Same here.
Happy holidays, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Christmas,
true.
New Year's.
Merry Rizmax and a Happy New Year.
Good New
Oh my
Year's.
goodness.
Yeah.
There's a high chance that next month, depending on how things are, we may do the second Saturday or the first. That really depends, because people might be coming back. We'll see. Then I'll announce it. But yeah, I really enjoyed the talk. I think there was a lot of it will be. Okay, not a high chance. It will be. Thank you, RT. Okay. So we have a confirmation. So it will be the second Saturday of the month, simply to give people time to come home and relax and whatever, because New Year's and all that. So then we'll go back to our normal first Saturday. Well, that's right. You basically are going to be. Yeah, it will be. All right. Well, let's see about rating. I think our director has someone that they look like they would like to raid. They're actually playing Path of Exile 2. Are they still playing it? It's Bountiful. Is it Bountiful Merman? RT?
No.
Bueller? Bueller?
You just say healer? It's
Bu-
Bountiful
Bu-
Lemon.
Bueller.
Did someone say healer?
I need
Some-
healing.
So yep, let's raid. Yep, we're starting to raid. Thank you guys for sticking with us. We appreciate you guys as always. Love y'all, and we'll see you
you all
guys
much,
on our
Dave.
next stream. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye. Oh, raid message. I don't know, Larian raid.
No.
Um,
Well, we're raiding a Path of Exile player, so obviously Diablo-like, right?
It's
Oh
the
my
Dark
God.
Souls of raiding.
It's the Dark Souls of raids.
raiding.
Yeah, that's the raid message. It's the Dark Souls of raid. Yes. Thank you, Jordan. It is the raid message is it's the Dark Souls of raids.
Yeah. We're horrible.
Oh my God, we're gonna be disowned by.
We're part of the problem.
We became the problem.
At
Yeah.
that time it wasn't me. Jordan's the one that did it, so you can't, Even though I introduced him to the brain rot, he has fallen to the brain rot.
We're good?